there's no news, but yeah, we're lucky, man. We're lucky that we're staked and we understand Hex and we understand that just hold, like you said, founders and holders, and we're holders.
I think that's the most exciting part of personally in terms of Hex and everything, because you just do what you said you're gonna do with a smart contract that is not immutable, 3 times audited. I mean, yeah, it's the market flush, and I'm so happy. I mean, casual crypt, that's the dream life, like some guy was talking about Warren Buffett, and I was like, no, fuck Warren Buffett. He says like all this shit, but his partner, I forgot his name right now. He has an awesome quote, which is find 2 or 3 gems in investments and sit on your ass. And that is what Hex is about. Just like do what the smart contract says. Check if it's audited, not audited. Check if it's mutable, immutable. Just do what it says and hold on and enjoy life. Because, yeah, I mean, I think many of us had not only market cycles, but many people don't talk about their life cycles, no? Could be debts, could be business, could be ups, downs, this and that. And Hex buys you time. I've heard that in the last Pulsechain conference, and I'm really into that, how Hex buys you time. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, man. Yeah, QBT, I agree. You find a few gems that you believe in, you sit on your ass, you have a time horizon that works for your perspective, for your personal goals. And like for me, I'm staked out, laddered out for 15 years. My next stake comes out this September, but I'm just going to keep just doing what I said I would do, which is, hold on to these stakes. I'm not emergency end staking. I'm not selling anything. I'm waiting for Pulsechain patiently, and I'm enjoying life in the meantime. I come in here, a couple times a day, just kind of check it out. But I was in here a lot, leading up to. I've been here for a year now, and yeah, man. All we can do is just kind of hold off and wait for things to happen. And that's all we can do.
And what are your thoughts of delayed gratification in the bear market?
Yeah, man. I mean, imagine, if we didn't have yield, how depressing this would be. But I'm just looking at my staker app, and every week, I'm just collecting more Hex, and I know it's something I believe in. So in 5, 10, 15 years, I'm just going to be really happy. My personal ladder, I'm 40. So by the time I'm 55, 5555, I think I'm going to be pretty stoked that I just chilled out, And then the bear market is the bear market. I've been through one before this, so it's just what it is. What are your plans, man? Like, are you ready for Pulse? Did you sacrifice? Are you just kind of holding back and just chilling out, waiting?
Yeah, all the above, bro. And were you in the 2017 market cycle? It was the worst, man, because before that, stable coins didn't exist. And you just had to, keep on your token and hold on and winter. And then this cycle, there was this options of going into unaudited market products to give you yield. Yeah, and like there was this cycle of like, that's why I loved Hex, in the sense like, not your keys, not my coin, and this money is my family's money. So, it's a different market cycle. What are your thoughts in comparison?
Yeah, so I got in during the bear market in 2017, and I was very inexperienced, and I didn't know anything. So I kind of rode the end of that out. And I discovered Hex in 2021 in January. And then I realized what crypto is supposed to be. And I think the difference this time is, you're right. I think now we have a lot of these sort of, the yield products that are out there. I mean, Hex is the apex predator of all those. And it's just a different thing. I think you're right. I think there's so many projects now too that we're just going to see them drop. We're going to see a bunch of them drop this time around. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the dead bodies are there, the metrics are there, and there's a difference between the last cycle to this cycle in the sense that there was much more leverage. I don't know what you think. My second thesis is very bad code. I mean, there were projects like all the vegetables. I don't want to go into that, but all the vegetables with bad code and admin keys, and the third was pure scammers. So what are your thoughts about the difference of the cycles?
Yeah, I think the community is jaded from all the scammers. I think they've learned their lesson. I mean, shit, there's always going to be people that get scammed, right? But I think overall, the general consensus is that we know to stay away from these projects that have admin keys and that are scammy. And I think Richard rode that wave when he came up with Hex. He was saving a lot of these people who get scammed by marketing Hex as kind of using some tactics. It could be called scam tactics, but they're not. Obviously, they're just ways to kind of get eyes on the project. And I think we're past that as a community now. I think hopefully the broader crypto market understands to stay away from certain things. And I think we're learning a lot of lessons this time around. And we're going through growing pains. And there's a lot of things that we still need to learn. So I think this bear market's going to be a little more of a eye-opening opportunity for people to find Hex. Coming back to your general first question, I think people are going to all roads are going to start leading to these better projects, and these better projects are going to be the ones that survive.
You know what's interesting, Casual Crypt? How to do due diligence. Many people are asking, after Celsius failure, BlockFi failure, Voyager failure, how do I do a due diligence being a noobster? How do I start? In my opinion, I would do what I heard from a trader many years ago, which is like safety, liquidity, yield. And that's how you do your own due diligence. Check the safety of the project. What is the safety? Is it audited? Check the code. Okay, you don't know the code, then how do you find people who can check the code? How safe is the code? Liquidity. Okay, where can I sell, buy? And I mean, each of these letters, SLY, SLY, are huge due diligence aspects, no? But it really helps new people and veteran people like really understand how do I calibrate a good project from a bad project, and then leverage, and we saw this. I think the cycle would be a conclusion of bad, huge leverage positions, promising yield. So, flight, I think it's a good metric. People can start getting into them and analyzing what's the safety of the project. And basically, in safety, you answer the question of what is the probability this project disappears, or rug pulls on me, or withdrawal things. Then liquidity, and then yield. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that's those three metrics are really important. I like that a lot, man. Sly. Yeah, I think I heard Richard on the live stream yesterday, I think it was, and he was talking to the guy. I don't even know the guy's name. I don't really follow crypto that closely anymore. But the guy was saying, well, how do I, my whole thing is I want to do all my own research and I want to do that. So I'm, and he's talking about these projects, and Richard said, you don't have to do your own research, just listen to me. Which I thought was funny. He's like, I told you, I warned you about Celsius, I warned you about Luna and all these things. And I think for new people, what you just described is extremely important. And another thing is just, not to sound like a complete fanboy, but really, I think I like to steer a lot of people to Richard, because he does warn us, and he does give us what, sort of metrics to look for and what to stay away from. And just by his own example, you look at Hex, or you look at Pulse, or any of these projects that he's going to be working on, or that he's creating, and it tells you exactly what to base your litmus test for what to invest in, and I think everything you just mentioned is extremely important, and it should be your guideline. Absolutely. I like it, man. Sly. That's good stuff, QBT.
Yeah. Sly, and besides the instrument, it's an educational revolution. I mean, the greats, no, the Papa Ballmer, the Whales Only, everybody, no? I mean, this is a community of learning how not to get fucked by middlemen.
Yeah.
And I think people are learning that, no, the hard way.
Yeah, exactly, man. I mean, I learned almost everything from crypto, from coming in this chat, listening to guys like Papa Boner, Mandalorian, all of them, all the good people in this chat room. And yeah, we learned how to not get fucked. Exactly.
So you're living the lifestyle, checking the audio chat every 3 months. How do you feel about that? Because any other investment like Celsius would be making you check your email every day. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah, man. It's like, I don't worry, I don't worry. I don't come on and check every single, I don't go on to, the charts and look at everything. I just am staked. I'm fine. I mean, when I was thinking Pulse was going to launch in May, I was checking everything every day. I was so excited, but it is what it is. And we're comfortable. We're cool. It's nice to live life.
I think that you have to live life, and look. There's a saying in markets. I'll tell you a story. Casual Crypt. When I started in markets in 2008, I was sold the story. I'm a retail guy. Like, you have to adapt to the market, and you have to do like fuckloads of trades, and like buy the euro, sell the yen, buy the Swiss franc. And I was sold that story. I was sold that narrative in 2008. And it was the financial market collapse. From there, we started printing money, no? But the interesting thing is that what helps you understand what the market is. And the saying is, you have to adapt yourself to the market, no? And I understood that was a narrative of the exchanges after many years. Of course, if I buy and sell, 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 I'm making money for those streamers, those market makers, those exchanges, no? And then this is a hugely opposite narrative of HEX. Delay gratification, no volume, specific trades. It's I don't know. For me, what I learned through my years, I wanted to know your opinion, is that I told the market, no, you market have to adapt to me, because I can't be trading you every day. That's what I told the market. In an analogy type of sense. I can't trade you every day. I don't even like trading you every day. I don't even know what I'm doing, in some types of aspects. Indicators, oscillators, all this stuff. And I professionalize myself in that. So this quote of you adapt yourself to the market, for me is the reverse. It's no, let the market adapt to me. What do I mean by that? I'm not going to give you exchange. I'm not going to give you volume. I'm not going to be buying and selling and being a degenerate trader. I'm going to do what I think the market is going to do. And I'm going to find value where I think value is due. But I'm not going to fall in your story of, I'm talking about these exchanges that have conflict of interest and, a lot of money backing and stuff like that. No, let's stop that game. And that was one of the reasons I understood why Hex is so gatekept. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. I think, yeah, trading gets you wrecked unless you're really good at it. And there are people who can do it and have done it, and people in this community that I know who they're good. They know how to trade, but most people don't. And the longer you just sit on your hands and hold off and let the market adapt to you, as you said, I like that. Instead of trying to chase something, you see some new project. Okay, I'm going to go sell some Hex. I'm going to try this thing that looks like it's pumping right now. And then you end up providing exit liquidity. You bought the top or whatever. And I've done that too. I've had a little fun money that I've gone and traded with. I'm 99% in Hex right now, and I'm sacrificed for Pulse and PulseX. But I did a little of the trading for fun, and I never do well. I suck at trading. And if you just let the market do what it's going to do, and you find a project that you believe in and you hold off on it, I think you're right, man. Like, you let the market adapt to you and you hold out through these shitty times, you're going to come out on top as long as you're in something that's good. So I fully agree with you. And I think Hex absolutely was gatekept because it de-incentivizes trading. And, obviously we have, large exchanges that don't want to play with, they don't want to be a part of that, or they don't want to let us be a part of their game. So yeah, we'll see what happens in the future. I think, when you trade, you get wrecked for the most part. And unless you're really savvy and you know what you're doing, you can read the charts, you're going to get screwed. So Hex is beautiful for that reason. But speaking of exchanges, now I think, we all know Pulsechain is going to end up on some of these exchanges because it needs to be. But I'd be curious to think, do you see Pulsechain getting listed on a lot of these exchanges? And if so, which ones or which one? And do you think that's good for Pulsechain? I mean, obviously I think it is, but I'd be curious to hear what you think of that.
I think this is an awesome conversation of what Hex is, what it has been, and what it could be, no? I mean, bro, we've seen the reality. I mean, I think Coin Paprika, everybody was scared in the chat, like, oh, it's unlisted on Coin Paprika and stuff like that. My opinion, like, summarized, is two things, Casual. Number one, people are going to pay. This is, I mean, I know Johnny Chaos made a lawsuit, no? But this is the beginning of something. I mean, the crypto industry is rotten, in my opinion, in the sense that it's giving data that is not true. It's promoting scams that are not true. And they still do live streams of, oh, buy Luna at 1 cent. Oh my God, it went to 0 cents. I mean, there's all this conflict of interest, and in any mature industry, we have to see the consolidation of the market in the sense of flush the shit people, the shit project, unaudited product. I don't know what is your thoughts, but for me, it's the same story as 2017, 2013, but with a different thematic. It's kind of like Resident Evil with a different twist or a new Netflix drama. You know what I mean? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree, man. I think Pulsemeister, you have an open mic, unless you want to say something, man.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. I like how you said it's like a Netflix drama, QBT. Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't know. Do you think that a lot of these shit projects are going to be? Do you think they're going to go away? Do you think they're just going to keep coming back? That's what I don't know. I think we're always going to see scams, and we're always going to see a lot of new things come and go. I don't know if this bear market's going to flush them out. I mean, we all know, like Pulsechain, we're going to see a lot of shitty, scammy projects launched on that network. So I don't know, man. I don't know if we're going to see a consolidation just yet. I hope we do. I hope we see these things.
Can I give you an answer to that?
Yeah.
Yo, bro. Tell me a course that shows you crypto, hex, Ethereum, blockchains, like mass education. I mean, I think the only crypto mass education is through University of Cyprus. I mean, in terms of education, there's no education. You are paying for your master's degrees of learning, like, oh, my keys are not my coins. Oh, okay, I got it. Okay, how much did I have to pay to learn that? You put in the, quantity. So as an industry, all the educational system, which is bullshit, it's conflict of interest, in my opinion. Tell me about a master's degrees in crypto education in terms of trading and what we're doing, no? In terms of block analysis and other stuff, I respect all that industry, no? But in terms of, price going up, price going down, scams, not scams, what university teaches you how to filter not scam, yes scam? You know what I mean? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the best way to learn how to navigate the crypto space is through your own blood, sweat, and tears and pain, and making bad decisions, getting hacked. A lot of people have come in this chat and been hacked, and then they've come completely full circle, and Papa Bonus got them all, hardware wallet, and people have to. It's growing pains. It's a school of hard knocks in crypto, and I think something you're saying is leading me toward this. Are you saying that eventually we're going to either shake out people who've been wrecked and they're just not going to play anymore, and then eventually we're going to just streamline things to where people know because they've been wrecked or they've been scammed or whatever, and they're going to find these projects through like their own pain, basically? Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, I'm just saying that they paid their own master's degrees in knowing what is a scam and what is a scam. They paid. I mean, thank God I'm not a Celsius guy or Voyager, but we've heard many tragic stories here, and it fucking sucks. I mean, I feel them. I don't want to be like, like this guy who doesn't feel what they feel. But they have to, the industry as a whole will pay their master's degree to understand, like, oh, now I got it. Not my keys, not my coins. Before, I used to think it was bullshit, and like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I should give it to a superior person. I should give it to a superior person. Like, I don't know. I know I'm being very pragmatical, but what are your thoughts? In that's the fee, that's the price you pay to also understand the crypto market in a very bad thingy. But I don't know. There's a maturity process of the market in the future. I don't know what are your thoughts.
I agree. I agree with you 100%. I mean, it'd probably be more interesting if I could throw some disagreements with you and have a good debate, but I just agree with you, man. I think you're right. I think as a whole, the market's going to go through a lot of growing pains, and it already has. Um, so yeah, I think everybody's going to sort of. There's always going to be people getting scammed, and there's always going to be shitty projects. But as a whole, I think we're headed toward a better, um, just crypto state.
So I have a question for you. How much did you have to pay to have your master's degree? Just joking.
Dude, it's interesting. I got into crypto in end of the bear market, 2017, 18. And I just bought Ethereum, and I honestly I haven't been hacked. I haven't been scammed. I wasn't using a hardware wallet until I started coming to this chat. I traded. I guess I learned my lessons from trading early on and making bad decisions with trading. And then when I found Hex, I learned to just stake, and I haven't looked back, man. So I haven't lost a ton, but I did pay some dues with the trading and just making bad decisions and just getting into projects that were at the wrong times, buying the tops and stuff like that. But I mean, overall, I've gotten lucky, writing Hex up all, and then just and staking. But everybody's got their story, and everybody's gone through some shit, and we all hopefully can get out of it. So, how about you? Like, what was your master's degree? Did you pay up?
Yeah, for me, the capitulation phase is when you understand how much you paid to understand.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
Yeah. It's when you say like, oh my God, I kind of lost like this much to understand this much and to understand, oh, crypto is not like a normal bank or traditional assets. Oh, you have to take care of your keys. Oh, you can't put it on your desktop. Oh, you can't, everything that Papa Borner says, you start paying for your mistakes. And this game is about saving your master's degrees in terms of payment and understanding the lessons. That's why I love this educational crypto community. And yeah, we all have a master's degree if you actually do the balances and checkers.
Yeah,
But
and
many people only think about Hex and only think about Bitcoin and crypto just to finish off. They just think about the instrument, but not about the understanding. That's why I was telling you, slide, safety, liquidity, yield, the analysis. Um, it's not about the instrument, it's about the way of being, the due diligence. And that's why I'm so happy that you understand the due diligence, the slide, you do your stake, and you're doing actually the correct path of life, which is don't go into this chat, come in every 6 months, 1 year, because you've done an excellent ladder and portfolio and you understand what you're doing. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, I don't know. I don't think any university offers this kind of experience. What are your thoughts?
yeah, I agree, man. I agree. I think Hexicans are some of the most educated in the whole crypto world. I think we have a community that understands security more than any other projects, followers, or whatever. And I think we are led by Richard Hart, who just understands crypto like nobody else. So we're lucky, and we all got here, by making mistakes. I don't think any of us have come unscathed, fucking around with crypto. You're gonna get burned at some point. So I think because we have Richard Hart, who does, guide, I think, in a lot of ways, the way to kind of think about crypto and understand it, not your keys, not your crypto, trustless yield, no admin keys, immutable contracts, or immutable code. I mean, I think we have the fundamentals of what crypto needs to be, and we're spreading the word, hopefully. And hopefully with Pulsechain, we'll keep continuing to spread the word, and more people will come around and find that this is actually the way to go. So yeah, man, I agree with you. I think I love Sly. I think that's a really smart way to look at it, and check off those boxes before you get in any projects. But yeah, man, I think we're all, we're in the right place. And as Jake and Nader would say, we're all going to be blessed. I don't think he's here tonight, but I'll say it for him.
Yeah, and be in peace. If people don't understand Hex, be released. Take it easy. People don't understand Hex. Okay, it's on them. But if you offer them the information and everything that's going on, let them take the decision. It's kind of like Morpheus, that scene. Have you seen when Morpheus tells them, I'm not going to open the door for you. You have to open it. It's the same thing. And the same thing happened in Bitcoin. I mean, come on, we're repeating conversations of Bitcoin. It's in its origin phase. So let people take the decisions. What I love about this community is, yeah, I think summary, we're doing safety, liquidity, yield. We're always talking about safety. Papa Bomer, all the great speakers here, liquidity and yield. And let's go through that. And let's make a market, and let's make a difference. No? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, 100% agree, man. I'm actually going to have to take off now, but I liked how you summarized that. I think that's exactly it. And I like Sly. I think we're basically the beacon, the shining city on the hill. And we got to ride through this bear market, sit through the pain. But if you're staked, it doesn't hurt so much. And if anybody doesn't understand Hex, QBT is the man. I'm sure he'll explain to you all the ins and outs. So yeah, just hold tight. That's all I can say, man. And I think you got a great, I like your outlook. It's very positive. And we need that right now. So yeah, man, God bless you. I'm going to take off, but it's been good chatting with you, QBT.
Big hug and excellent ideas, brother. And let's just keep it real, no?
Hell yeah, man. You have a good night.
You, bro. So what you guys think about my inspirational speech there, man? About immutable market trends and all that, man. How you guys feeling? I mean, the truth is, people are going to be studying this crypto market in their thesis in a few years. They're going to take these blockchain analysis to their master's degrees. They're going to earn a lot of money to analyze what is happening a few years ago or many years ago. What do you thought? The important thing in my summary is Don't let the market dictate what it needs you to do. Design your portfolio to make the market adapt to you. That would be my best advice. I think it has a hodl type of thematic, and I hope you guys all well.
All right, we got 22 people in here now. Does anyone want to talk about anything interesting other than fucking silence?
What's your sentiment, monsieur? What's your sentiment?
On what? The overall market? And do you mean the crypto market?
No, Pulsechain, specific, and Hex.
Well, Pulsechain's not out yet, so sentiment is wait for launch. Hope the devs fix the problems, and yeah, I mean, we're all playing the waiting game here, right? And I'd rather them have a good product at launch and be remembered for that than a bad product, right? I think the guy from Nintendo said it best, where, a good video game that's delayed will be good forever, while a bad game or a good game that's rushed will be bad forever, right? So it doesn't matter if the product's good. If it's rushed and thrown out the door, it's going to be dog shit. And as for Hex, we're already at 95% down. I think if you're not dollar cost averaging it at this point, I don't know what you're waiting for. I don't know what you're doing. Um, have we bottomed? I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball, man. But I can tell you, since I think it was like minus 70%, I've been dollar cost averaging in, because traditionally we look at all of the other major dips. Mind you, those were in a bear market and part of a bull market, but there's a little bit different, right? This is Hex's first major bear market. So, excuse me. Do we go down from here? Maybe. But I'm just going to keep buying, man, because I don't know where the fucking bottom is. I don't think anybody knows where the bottom is, right? One guy can come in and change the up or down.
Just a quick question. Is your decision making orientated on stakes or price?
Do you mean, do I buy based on stakes coming out? Or, sorry, can you rephrase the question?
Yeah, like what is your economical motivation? Price or doing the stakes?
My main thing is staking. I've been in Hex since day 3. I've never sold a single Hex, and I won't be selling another a single Hex until 2024, 2025, somewhere in between there, when one of my first stakes actually comes ending. And even then, I don't plan on selling all too much. When you have an asset that's as good as this, Why would you sell it? It seems redundant. The only reason that I would actually be selling is for getting out of the rat race, right? So that I can make my money work for me in a different way, and I can actually have more time to balance these things.
No, come on, man. You gotta spend some, you gotta sell some for your wife, for your kids, for whatever your family configuration. But yeah, what's your long-term outlook? I mean, it's a system. It's not a trade, it's a system. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, you're right. It is a system. And as for my long-term outlook, I think my average stake length tells it all, and that's 13.94 years. So the vast majority of my money is staked out pretty much to the max. I've got one 5 year and I've got one 10 year, and the rest are 5.5.5.5s. I've been debating throwing another 5 year in just to, I don't know, maybe help out in between. But I was in the Pulsechain Sacrifice, I was in the PulseX Sacrifice, right? I'm getting all these free airdrops now. I don't see the reason why I need to sell one of the greatest assets I've ever found. And it is the greatest asset I've ever found in terms of at what point in the asset's time I have found it. And that includes me buying today.
And just a question. Are you happy with your staking ladder? Because many people buy Hex, but my question is, they don't use the product as it's supposed to be designed, which is by staking. But for example, are you happy with your staking ladder, which is it pays you on your birthday, your family's birthday, or every month, or whatever is your staking ladder? That's the magic, because it's 1 to 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm very happy on my ladder, but I wouldn't recommend that anyone else do what I do unless you have similar mentality that I do. So I hate the idea of a 401k or an RRSP or a TRSP.
What did you do? What did you do?
What did I do? I treated HEX as a high-risk retirement fund. So the majority of my stakes go out 5.5.5.5, and that's how I intend to treat it. And even now that another project has come out that has allowed me to create a stake and be able to sell it, I won't do it because that's not my intention. My intention with HEX is to make 15.2 year stakes and run them out to their end because I have other assets that I can take profits from. That's not what HEX is for me. HEX for me is a high risk retirement fund, period.
How do you feel about that? That's a different portfolio configuration. How do you feel about that?
I feel fucking liberated.
Oh, chingón. No, tell me.
Like I said, sorry, man. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, contrary. I was cutting you off. Sorry.
No, I was just basically repeating what I said. Like I said, I don't recommend anyone do what I did unless you have a similar mentality. Because a lot of people, they're going to see these absolutely insane gains and they're going to unstake early, right? And then, I mean, realistically, you're going to be giving your penalties to guys like me who understand that this is a long-term game and that we're happy waiting because that's the mentality we got into when we got it. We didn't just run out and make a bunch of 5.5.5.5s because someone told us to, right? We really dug in, we really learned, and then we had the mentality to do these things. So please, if you're not prepared to wait that 15.2 years, do not make a 5.5.5.5.
I agree. I mean, if it's not about the real project, if you're there's a saying, you're half pregnant. Are you half pregnant or you're in? And I think there are many communities that are showing that, no?
I have never heard that saying, and I don't quite understand it. What is half pregnant? I don't.
Yeah, it's a saying like, are you half pregnant? I mean, go ask around and ask if you're half pregnant. You'll understand it. But basically, it means you're pregnant or you're not pregnant. In terms of, yeah.
Okay. So I'm not sure where in the world you're from, but here in the West, I've never heard that. The thing I've heard is the famous Star Wars, Yoda saying, right, where it's, do or do not. There is no try, right? There's no half in or half out, right? I'm assuming that's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, this is more extreme, like teenager abortions and pregnancies and city type of stuff. Are you half pregnant? I mean, many people take decisions half pregnant. Like, yeah, I want to invest in that, but I'm not sure. Once you have to click the button, it's like, I'm not sure. That's half pregnant. So you can't be half pregnant. So you're in or you're out, and construct a portfolio that makes sense. You know what I mean? What are your thoughts?
No, it's funny, man. It's the first time I've ever heard that, and yeah, I agree. If you don't understand what you're buying and you're not ready to really dig your heels in and make the decision, then you shouldn't make the decision. So yeah, no, it absolutely makes sense.
Yeah, because in Hex, you can't be half pregnant. It's kind of like you're in or you're out, man. I mean, in my
Well, that's not
opinion.
true. See, you can go for the hex abortion. You can go for it, but when you do it, you're paying guys like me, and we're gonna laugh at you for it.
Hex abortion, I love it. Hex abortion, I love it. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Hey, when you guys have a minute that you want to talk about something completely unrelated, I have a question.
Fire it off. We're just bullshitting.
Thanks. Hey, so I didn't get a chance to listen to the PulseCom over the weekend. So I've been kind of trying to catch up on it. And I watched where they talked about getting your Pulse Doge coins from your stakes. And so I went on and did that today. And I was in my Trezor vault. Well, I used my migration one that had my stakes in it. Anyway, that's how I got that coin. But then I put my vault in, hooked it up to MetaMask and to this thing. Anyway, it showed me that I had like ApeCoin in my Trezor. And I know it's a scam, but I'm wondering if any of you have had that show up in your Trezors and how you get it out. How do you get rid of it?
Okay, so I haven't had it show up personally, but I can tell you that the only thing you can do is ignore it. There might be a function where you can hide it, but I'm not going to name any of the coins that I've gotten, but I've gotten scam coins as well. And it's always curious when they pop up because you're like, oh, what the hell are you?
Yeah, well, I just
And you go
I
dig.
knew that where it had the let's see, what does it say at the end? I don't have the picture in front of me, but anyway, yeah, I knew that it was a scam, and it had zero value or anything, but I just don't want it to, like, I can't imagine a way that it can get into my vault, right? I mean, that's just because our addresses are public. I'm assuming that's how they just drop it in, hoping that you'll fall for the scam, but I don't see how it can scam me.
Well, it all depends on what it is, right? So there's a lot of sophisticated ones now. So if you go to trade it, it might have hidden permissions where it allows you to spend something else. similar to if you connect to. Sorry about the traffic, guys. No personal.
Dude,
But
but don't waste your time. Debo,
Yeah.
are you talking about hex stakes or what are you talking about?
No,
no,
I
we're
was
talking about
just
scam coins.
yeah, I was just looking in my vault. And I've been doing some purchasing recently. You gotta love and buy
Pay
and dip.
your master's degrees? Did you get scammed? Debo, you paid your master's?
Do I what? Sorry, I didn't understand that.
Hey,
I don't know if I'm just not hearing what you're saying.
No, it's not just you. He's cutting in and out. I don't know if it's his mic or if
Oh,
there's noise on his end.
okay. Well, I mean, I have no intention of doing anything with it. I just wanted to know if there's a way to get rid of it. And if I can just ignore it and it won't do anything, it worries me because typically I have everything staked, but I have some liquid just because I keep hoping that one of these days we're going to launch. And I want to have a little bit of option. I just don't want to have anything happen to inside my vault. I don't know how it could, but I'm very new to everything. I'm just
No,
learning.
and that's understandable. As far as I'm aware, there's nothing that they can do to just mess with your coins by sending you a new coin unless you interact with it.
Okay. Well, they had I have to bring it up. Let me look at this picture real quick to tell you. So I actually called my brother and I do crypto together. We've been learning with Hex and Pulse together. He got me onboarded a year ago. So we were kind of talking about it and I sent him a screenshot of what it looked like in my Trezor. And so where I have my other coins, my Hex and USDC and stuff. Anyway, it has the numbers before the coin, the name of the coin, and then the value. And then it says apecoinv2.com and it has like 10,254 and then there's no value. And besides the fact that there's no value because it says, I would think if it was really coins, it would just say ape. But because it has v2.com at the end of it, I just looked it up online and it was a scam. But before I looked it up, you guys have Trezors?
I do, but I haven't played with mine. I'm primarily a Ledger guy,
Oh, okay.
but
Okay.
since
And I've never.
Ledger had their customer database dumped, I'm no longer a customer with them, and I've started purchasing Trezors, and I've been in the process of playing with it. But
Okay.
yeah,
Well, just
as
and
far
then
as
next to the money, next to the value, it has a square with a little arrow pointing up and to the right. And so I clicked on it to see what in the heck this was or to see if it would have an option to delete it. And that took me, I was hooked up to my MetaMask at the time and the computer. And so it took me to a link and it just had all these crazy, it was like Etherscan. It says contract apecoin v2.com and then it has a scan code and I'm guessing that's where you would get wrecked is if you scan that QR code.
yeah, don't click on that.
Yeah, I would not do that. But I'm just saying I'm hoping that by clicking on that in my Trezor, it didn't do anything. But no one on here has had anything like that happen.
okay, I'm so sorry, but I missed like the last 45 seconds. My headphones
Okay.
get out on me.
Okay. Well, just basically, it has a little link, not a link thing, but it has a thing that you can click on next to the value of the coins. And I was hoping that little box meant it could give me an option to delete or trade or do anything so I could see how to delete it. And what it did was bring up a thing on my laptop that looks like Etherscan. It just has pages of stuff like trading things and transactions.
Does it? What is the URL that I brought up? Was it Etherscan?
It isn't Etherscan. It says well it was in Trezor. It says trezor.io slash maybe it says eth1.trezor.io/address, and then it has, I don't know. I'm just hopeful that it's not gonna do something to my vault. I don't know how it can.
No,
It just makes me nervous.
Well, so you clicked on a link and it brought up a web page. So,
so I was in
don't
the
connect your Trezor for a little bit. This is a question for Papa Boner because he is the Trezor man.
Papa, but I haven't heard him on here. Well, I haven't been on here. I used to come on all the time when it was the Hex one, and then I got on the Pulse one chat, and I didn't hear tons of people talking for a lot of times, and then probably for the last month or two, I haven't even been on. I've been so busy. But Papa B is who helped me set up my Trezor and everything, but I haven't talked to him for a long time. So, and he's usually on at nighttime. Does he still come on here?
He just posted a message in the chat like a minute ago. So I added him and asked him to come into the voice chat, and hopefully he pops in and can help us.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it.
If not, I would say post your question in the chat, and if you punched in like the @ symbol and then his name, direct it straight to him, and then at the very least he can get back to you on the main chat.
Okay.
What's the problem, Crypto?
Hi, Papa B.
Hell yeah, dude! Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for jumping on. You actually helped me set up my Trezor. You used to call me Debo, but it's Debo. But anyway, I don't know if you remember talking to me a few months back.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to mispronounce your name.
I don't care. It's fine. I was just asking everyone if they knew. Does anyone know about the scam airdrop of ApeCoin whatever it's called? Let me see what it says in my. I was on my Trezor doing some purchasing of Hex, and sorry, I'm just trying to pull up this picture so I can remember how it's worded. So anyway, I just noticed in my Trezor, it's in my vault, not my migration one, but in my vault it has ape coins, like 10,000 and some change in ape coins, and it says apecoinv2.com has 10,254 apecoin, and then of course no monetary value. The concern I have, I know it's a scam. I was trying to figure out a way that I could delete it. There's a little box. Oh, go ahead.
No. Ignore
it. Can it do anything to my
vault?
No. Okay.
Unless you interact with it. So hold on,
okay,
Debo, can you mute when you're not talking? We got we're getting feedback and rebroadcast from you.
Oh, sorry. Do you want me to take it off of speaker?
Yes, and put on some headphones.
Oh, thank Christ! I thought that was me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't hear it, so I didn't know. Let me.
Yeah, you can't hear it. In fact, a lot of people don't believe me when I tell them that we're getting an echo out of them. Some people take it personally, but I'm just telling you that it is echoing the hell out of the chat.
Okay, how do I honestly don't know how to take it off of.
Big button at the bottom. Click it so that it's blue. There you go. When you're not talking, do that, but get some headphones preferably with a little microphone on it so you can have a headset and we won't get any feedback. You're rebroadcasting back into your phone or your PC because you want to hear it without the inconvenience of having a headset on. But please, for the sake of the chat, good housekeeping, get a headset. $10 fix. Now, back to your question. The answer is do not touch that shit. Ever. For any reason.
Hey.
Do not bother yourself with good housekeeping and keeping your wallet nice and clean and free from these scam token airdrops.
You will collect them over time. And the more high profile you are, being a holder of Pulsechain or PulseX or a Sacrifice set, those sets are available for attackers to send you a dusting attack. So
Papa, can
please
I jump
don't
in
get.
here?
Yeah, go ahead.
So she explained it to me before you jumped in. While she's getting a headset, maybe I can give you a heads up of what's going on. So she saw it in her vault, and in the Trezor vault, there's a little arrow that apparently takes you to a link. I haven't played with the vault yet. I just got my Trezors. So I don't know this, but it took her to a link which was eth.1.trezor.io, which that I don't know what that is. She said it displayed a list of transactions. So it sounded like Etherscan to me, but does Trezor have any kind of like a rerouting page to Etherscan? Like I don't know what she was looking at.
Well, first of all, you shouldn't be clicking on any damn links.
She didn't know. She thought that it
Hey,
was
I,
a setting
I
button to
don't.
remove.
hang on.
I don't care if people don't know. The attackers are banking on you not knowing. Your
It's not
naivete
a
is going to
link.
work against you.
Well, I guess it was a link. It turned out to be a link. And I'll hurry and get off so you don't hear the feedback because my headset's out in my car. But it it's the little box. So when you go to your coins in your vault, it's the little box. It's a square that has a little arrow that points upwards and to the right. And I kind of hoped that it was, I mean, looking back now, I guess it kind of looks like a download button or something. But I was
All right, hold
hoping it
on.
would say delete.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. Debo, let's standardize our nomenclature. A vault, to me, is a standard wallet that you made with 24 word seeds, independent and is a safe place, and a hardware wallet that you can consider the one place where you're going to send all of your liquid assets to restake and keep them long-term hodl and all sorts of other stuff. What do you mean by vault?
No, that's exactly what I mean by a vault. But the problem is I've never seen foreign coins in there, and I knew it was a scam as soon as I saw it.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with it being a vault or not a vault. It's on the blockchain. So it doesn't matter. Look, I'll bet you if you go do a search for that token by typing it into Google, don't even copy paste anything. Just type the name that you see into Google and bring it up, and you'll probably see that it originates from a forked chain with low gas transaction fees, or it went out during the days when fees were very low to send in batch sends to dust a whole bunch of people at once. It is an attack. I wouldn't touch it. It is a scam. It's a very bad one. It will release its payload only if you interact with it, move it, try to sell it, all sorts of other garbage. Just ignore it and go to MetaMask, and you can say, if you see it come up on MetaMask, which should be your only front end interface for your hardware wallet, other than updating your firmware, you can also select the token if it comes up and say, I think, hide. Just hide it. And that's it.
Okay, so
How do I
question
hide
then
it?
for security. She has now clicked on a link that has opened something on her laptop. What is the best security practice from here? Is it a full wipe? Is it already too late? Like I'm generally curious because I
Yeah.
haven't experienced it.
Yeah. Okay. So if you mistakenly clicked a link that we know is attached to an actual dusting attack, yes, I would say you've screwed up big time. You should probably rewipe your PC. However, that's to protect most of your other data. To protect your tokens, they're still on your hardware wallet, which is not compromised, and will continue to not be compromised as long as you don't trust MetaMask. If you don't trust
Okay.
MetaMask and you have a hardware wallet, you should be in good shape.
Okay. I can I talk with this background noise, or do you want me to just take a few minutes break and go get my headset?
I think it would be better to get your headset.
Okay, because I need to talk to you about that because I just bought a laptop to do just crypto. So
Yep. And the first thing you did was click a link on that laptop.
no. I haven't used it. I haven't touched it.
Okay.
I haven't.
Well, then that's
This
the
is
one to start
on my
using.
old laptop. So, okay, let me go get my headphones.
Do you mind if I pick your brain for a couple of minutes while we have time, Papa?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so I am very frequent with wiping as I have just a general paranoia for all of these things. I understand security to, I would say, a healthy degree or even higher. You maybe go paranoia. I understand a lot of attacks and everything. What software do you recommend, or maybe not recommend, but what software do you use in order to do a full system wipe? Currently, I'm running dban, which is a Linux-based kernel, and it occasionally gives me errors, which makes me rewipe. And then typically I do a DoD short pass.
So is that a 3 or a 5 pass?
That's 3.
Okay. So, all right. So what you're doing, and by the way, I hate the word paranoia used in this case because you're not looking at it from a position of weakness. You're looking at it from a position of strength from now on. You think like an attacker and you answer your own questions. You have no fear. You have a clear and even sense of maintaining your multi-layered security posture, and you get on with your life and you sleep well from now on. Is that clear?
No, absolutely. Sorry, it's just
All right.
everybody in my
So now,
calls me, so it sticks.
no. Well, fuck them. I'm saying to you now, you're doing the right thing. You've got Linux. You know how to update Linux. Are you updating Linux and doing Linux checks for integrity from time to time? Because you don't have to wipe
Every
Linux
single
so
time
much.
I turn on my PC. No. Every time I turn on my PC, it's only when. So, for example, I only have one device right now. My laptop is currently in shipping so that I can create a dedicated device. All of
Yep.
my crypto is stored primarily on, not primarily, only on hardware wallet. And I
Good.
only interact with that hardware wallet when I know that I'm dealing with a SHA-256 confirmed,
Yep.
verified copy every single time. But there's times where I'll jump on to a public Wi-Fi or something because I work in a town a lot. I'm a pipeliner. I work 12 hours a day. So,
Right.
you know, sometimes I gotta deal with shit, right? No matter what it is.
Yep.
I use VPN, I use proxies, I do everything like that. But as soon as I do that, I no longer trust the device. So I wipe it. Simple as that,
Okay.
right?
All right. Well, look, that is overkill, but it's fine. Remember, using your hardware wallet and a MetaMask instance that doesn't seem to be exhibiting any kind of quirks or dropping of transactions or a constant need to, reset the account. You can always reinstall MetaMask if you're getting that type of error. You can always put it on a different browser. If you're using Linux on the back end, great. Congratulations. The rest of your data should be much more secure than the average user of Windows. However, if you're not up to maintaining that, maintaining and knowing exactly what the little toggle switches and everything in the background of Linux are, you can actually end up exposing yourself actually easier than Windows. But let's think for a moment that you are a person that can wield the magic of Linux and you're good with that. You're also not trusting it for anything crypto because you're using a hardware wallet. I think that you've got a very good multi-layered security posture. I think that you're fine. And rewiping it every once in a while couldn't hurt. It's just a little bit inconvenient. But as long as you're only putting in MetaMask, the browser, MetaMask, you're getting your Trezor suite if you've got a Trezor or Ledger Live. You've got Ledger, which is the Linux version of that. And by the way, now they have a BlackBerry version as well, which is really cool. Then you are doing things right, sir. You are doing things absolutely 100%. I can't recommend any better than that because you've got your backend data for anything that can happen for key logging, or any other kind of attack that can actually get a bot can connect, or there's a Mars Stealer exploit that actually is trying to get something off your MetaMask. You've got nothing on your MetaMask. It's all in your hardware wallet. You're using MetaMask as your dumb pipe. You're refreshing it from time to time. You're updating your Linux. You're checking for integrity every time you turn it on. I mean, I can't think of a way right now that you're doing things incorrectly.
No, and that's truly fantastic to hear, man. I've been learning security before I got into crypto. It's what really interests me to get into computers in general, learning different attacks and everything. But then once I did get into crypto and I found Hex and RH and everything else, and then I came into the Pulsechain chat, you and me have actually had, I would say, fair amounts of conversation. It's been hours at least, and I've learned a tremendous amount from you. And you're actually the one that pushed me on to Trezor because unfortunately I was part of the ledger dump. So they have broken my trust and I only buy Trezors now. And the only downside is I haven't been able to change certain aspects of that dump, right? Obviously, my name. So they're still able to find my fucking cell phone number. They're still able to, I don't know how, but they're finding my new email addresses. And I still get contact. I bet you I get 5, 6 phone calls a week, specifically about
Yeah,
crypto related scams.
yeah, I don't doubt it. And by the way, are you a U.S. citizen?
No, unfortunately, I'm to the northern, more communist area.
Oh, I understand. But anyway, U.S. citizens lost all of their social security numbers to an Equifax hack, which is far more, far more, far more of a
That's
problem to U.S.
devastating.
citizens because
That's
the
devastating.
attackers can actually make use of a lot more of the real world asset type of creation and scams using that identity than they can with just your mailing address and the fact that you engage in crypto.
No, absolutely. I mean, I can change my name, I can change my mailing address, I can change my email, but I can't change my social security number. That's incredibly damaging. So what is being done to, I don't know, fix the situation? That's horrifying to hear.
Nothing. Nothing. Zero. Zip. Maybe a class action lawsuit that will take another couple of years to play out. Maybe everybody gets a couple of bucks in restitution, but that's it. I think that for the first year, Equifax offered people some identity theft monitoring software, but that software or that service only scrapes open source intelligence and reports back that they see something being used, but there's no insurance behind that. There's no court that will say, all right, we're going to freeze everything and protect you from any kind of mortgage that this nefarious actor will take out in your name and then default on. There's nothing like that.
So
So
one thing,
it was just crap.
sorry, man, I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought you were done.
I'm done. I'm done.
So one thing that frustrates me about that is all of your SIN numbers and everything else are kept within a centralized database within the United States government servers, correct? So what's stopping them from running some kind of a hashing algorithm on these numbers and then altering them and then actually giving people new social security? I mean, I understand the logistics nightmare, but if you're going to save even 10 million people from having identity theft and having some serious financial repercussions from that, why wouldn't you do that? Is there something I'm missing to that, or does that sound like it's accurate and plausible and just not done out of negligence?
Malaise, negligence, lack of funding, lack of understanding, lack of prioritization. Attackers can get credit cards in droves of in swaths of 10,000 at a time, but can they make use of 10,000 credit card numbers in any real dollar value way? No.
Not unless you're selling
They
them, but even I mean, our
you
cost
sell them.
so
You
big.
sell them.
It's
So the thumb drive from like Tony Soprano's crew comes up and says, "I got credit card numbers here on this thumb drive. I can actually get the legitimate plastic to you for an extra $5,000." That is fine and easy to get. It has a value just like that, but the application to extract that value off of those numbers is not only involved, but the credit card companies are the only ones that take the hit because you're insured on a credit card. You aren't on an ATM card. If it were ATM cards that they were giving, that would be something, because then you're getting real world cash. So what I'm saying is that the social security numbers are a bigger deal than the ledger disbursement of their, customers' private information to the rest of the world. Honestly,
Oh, no,
yeah, honestly, the wrench attack is a lot less prevalent than the cyber attack is, for sure.
oh no, 100%. I thought we just switched topics there. I just wanted to make sure that I was safe originally. Then we jumped to the topic of why I switched from Ledger to Trezor, and then we jumped to the topic of SIN numbers being dumped and how that's worse. And I definitely agree with that. And then we jumped to negligence, right? So,
Speaking of
is there?
negligence, I'm back when you want.
Let's
I'm out.
let's go ahead. Crypto Quack, did I speak over you?
Nope. I was just saying I am out. I'm done. Give her. She's more important than I am. I was just picking your brain.
No problem, man. Debo, you got your headset. It sounds so good.
Oh, yay. And no, I'm not more important, but I appreciate the time. Okay.
All right, so where are we with you?
So
You want to hide.
maybe a
You want to
couple
hide the
questions.
stuff that you don't want to look at anymore.
Well, I don't care if you're. So I didn't interact. I did interact, but not like I'm not dumb about scams. I knew it was a scam from the beginning, but for some reason I thought that little thing was like a drop thing where you could hide it. So that's what I was planning to do. The only reason I
Right.
was hooked onto the internet was I've been watching Pulse conference today, trying to catch
Right.
up on that and learned
Right.
about the Pulse Doge. So
I get it.
downloaded those coins, and that's where
Yep.
I thought. So
I get
anyway,
it. I get
doesn't
it.
matter.
So Debo,
I just want to
Debo,
make sure.
look.
Mhm.
All right, Debo, from a security perspective, let's assume the worst, okay? Let's assume that you've now fallen for a link to a known dusting attack. You've clicked on a link. You've now accepted into your PC, at very least, a keylogger, which will now compromise your password to your MetaMask. But that doesn't matter because you only use MetaMask for a dumb pipe anyway for your backend that's a hardware wallet. You've got a brand new PC waiting for you right next to you that you haven't yet begun to use. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I just turned
Best.
it on last night to find out how, like, I know from what I understand, you're not supposed to do anything online. I really don't know what I can and can't do on the new computer. I know I
Okay.
won't be
All right.
searching for
So,
anything.
right. So look, you can do things online, but the things online have to be focused to the things that you need to do that are crypto related. Namely, you're going to want to get Chrome installed. You're going to want to have
Got
MetaMask
it.
installed. You're going to want to have the front end for your hardware wallet manufacturer to be installed. You're going to have that basic stuff. You're going to make sure when you start it up that it's a full-fledged. Is it Windows or is it Mac?
It's Windows, and that's
Okay.
the
So
problem. It comes
when you
up
started
with
it up,
Edge.
it's with Edge.
Yeah, so I tried downloading Chrome because I wanted to put my MetaMask
Yeah,
on there.
Edge. Yeah. Edge. So in Edge, you're going to simply use that to search for Google Chrome. Then from the Google site, you're going to install Chrome. You're not going to use Edge again.
Okay, yeah. That
You're
I
also going to probably
understood.
want to also going to want to have Firefox, because in a pinch you may have to toggle between Chrome and Firefox.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So Firefox will be the other browser I would recommend that you load.
Okay.
Can I pop in here for 1 second?
You're sure? Go ahead.
So I personally jump between Firefox and Brave. You recommend Chrome because, I mean, I'm assuming you trust Google in that regard. So can you explain why you chose
Yep.
the browsers that you do.
Yep. I explicitly do not trust Brave. The only thing that you would use Brave for is on a non-crypto only related laptop. You may want to use that to watch uninterrupted YouTube videos. I can't see another reason to trust in the Brave browser. And I loved Brave when it first came out, but it doesn't have the follow pass through security upgrade ability that Chrome does natively, because it's effectively a fork of Chrome, right? For all intents and purposes, it's a fork of Chrome. And I also don't like their philosophy when they created their own wallet. The fact that it's not BIP39 compliant really irked me, because you can't ever interact with a hardware wallet and you can't ever migrate from that wallet to a hardware wallet. And Richard also looked at it and said said that it stinks. So
And
that,
I agree with that. But
yeah,
so other than the it stinks part, right? It's from a tech standpoint, the main security is it doesn't follow Chrome, because Chrome is no longer open source. So Chrome can technically be more secure due to the consistent updates versus the old school Chromium, which may have vulnerabilities that Chrome does not have.
yes, yes, and yes. Also, the manpower, the investment, the amount to lose in Google is far more than Brave. Brave is a nice little cute project team. Google is a public company that would topple if they had a a lawsuit that was waged against them for data integrity and a problem that they didn't see, and it cost people serious money. They've got something to lose by being embroiled in huge litigation.
That is not a perspective that I've seen before. And I mean, I only use Brave for, like you said, YouTube, dodging adverts and everything else. But that definitely gave me a new perspective. For my MetaMask and hardware wallet compatibility, I always use Firefox, as it's been the most useful fucking source. I've always had problems with every other browser, including Chrome. I have not had a problem with Firefox for my hardware wallets yet.
Yep. And there's a native Firefox, front end that's created by both of the top hardware wallet manufacturers. So there's no problem there. You've got both MetaMask and Firefox that run native on, MetaMask and Trezor and Ledger front ends both run natively on Firefox and Linux for that matter. But Firefox is a convenient backup if you want to jump back and forth between Chrome and Firefox. I have had hiccups on Firefox before that I've had to jump back to Chrome to use. Yeah, but anyway, having them both is important, I believe, and it doesn't compromise your security posture to have them both running on your crypto only laptop.
Okay, and
But
what? Oh, I just wondered what the downside of Edge is. Not that it matters. I've got Chrome downloaded.
yeah, there's a lot of hokey things going on with Edge. First of all, from its inception, it's always been the focus of attacks. They're very slow, it seems, to provide patches on 0-day attacks for Edge. There's a lot of creepy stuff going on with Edge, and it just doesn't. It if you look at the search function metrics from Edge, you'll find that the big the biggest purpose that it serves is when you get a new laptop, the first thing that people search for is Google Chrome.
It's Chrome. Okay, very good. Okay.
And there's lots of reasons.
There's lots. Okay.
There's lots of reasons. That's all. Just let's leave it at that. We
That.
don't want to support Edge. Also, it doesn't work well with all of the goodies in DeFi that we've been mentioning.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I want to put I did a new email address for my crypto to put on that computer or to bring. I don't know if that makes a difference, but
why would you ever be needing to use an email address for crypto?
well, just for like when I have people that I've onboarded and stuff send me their vaults, we can, like, when I've helped a lot of them set up their treasures and send them ETH or whatever, just different things.
Okay.
I don't know. I guess I feel more comfortable having it not in my business address.
Right on. Sending public address is what you mean, right?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Yep, but you're still on the same servers on probably Gmail that you're
That's
using,
true.
which is
I
convenient, but not necessarily.
As soon as
Yeah,
I said that, I
yeah, but
realized
you
what I was
understand that it's
saying.
not secure. You never share any seeds on
Okay.
there. Yeah, I understand. You make
No,
sure also
never.
that no cloud. So you also must make sure that anything to do with any cloud backups is disabled. So if you've got like a Dell, what's the make of your computer?
I remember you saying, I think you said Acer was okay, not Chinese made. Is that correct?
Or Asus, ASUS. Did you buy an
shoot.
Acer?
Yes. Dang it.
Well, okay. Well, look, two things. Number one, is it possible to take it back? And if not, then we give it a pass, because while they are a Taiwanese-based company, they do source some of the vital parts and do some of the soldering of the motherboards in China now.
I can see. I can see.
If not, we work with it, but it's not optimal. I think optimal play would have been ASUS, or Mac, or Fujitsu, or HP. HP is my brand of choice, actually.
HP. That was my other one. Okay.
Please don't worry too much about it. Again, 99% of your security is handled through your hardware wallet.
Okay. Yeah, it is. Okay. So I just need to put my MetaMask on. Then I need to redo Trezor Suite and Trezor Bridge on that new
Do
computer.
not recover your MetaMask from your previous installation. Create a brand new 12-word seed wallet in MetaMask, okay? Write that down,
okay.
Label it dummy wallet. Do not migrate anything onto the PC.
Okay. So the one that I have a little struggle with this. I never understand the whole concept of MetaMask. So when you do, because you helped me do a dummy one before, and I never know which seeds to keep and which ones to use, but I've got them all anyway, just in case. But so you're saying go on to my new laptop, do a whole new account for MetaMask, new seed phrases, seed words, and then that's just going to be there to link me into my Trezor.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then you can bookmark the relevant websites that you can go to, right? Namely, your DEX of choice, whether it be matcha.xyz or Uniswap. You would want to bookmark every Richard Hart related website that you want to check things out on. apphex.win, go.hex.com/stake. You want to trust in something where you can check out gas fees. There's an extension. You can trust that into Chrome, Ethernet gas fees, Ethernet gas prices, I think it is. Is it Ethereum gas prices? Let me take a look. Hold on. The one that I use is called Ethereum gas prices. You may want to visit TX Street, which may be interesting. You may want to have all of the testnet stuff loaded in and all the testnet Pulsechain related sites. And you know how to find all this stuff. It's all on howtopulse.com, has a list of everything that is okay to visit.
Okay, so then when I need to use my migration, my I'm just trying to figure out what
the hardware wallet.
that I'm
The hardware
upgrading
wallet, you
my
just plug it into you plug it into the new. You've got a migratory wallet, and you've got
I can use
a vault
the
wallet, right? You got two of them.
Mhm.
Yes,
Yep, and I can use both of those on the new MetaMask.
that's right. Yes, you use them one at a
So then
time.
I'll want to just send out all my, like my Ethereum and everything from my current MetaMask and just send it to the new one, or send
No,
it to
no,
each
no,
other.
no, no. There should be no Ethereum, and no reason to have Ethereum on your old MetaMask.
Well, I had it from the beginning when I was transferring all this stuff and setting up my
Right,
transactions and stuff.
right, right. Send that to your vault wallet and say goodbye to it.
Okay.
I mean, and then
Okay.
say goodbye to the old MetaMask. There's no reason to use it anymore.
Okay.
Just maintain the seeds of every wallet that you generate forever and ever and ever. Why? Because you never know if there could be an airdrop, right?
Okay. All right.
And also you never know if you could screw up and send goodies to a wallet for which you've not been carefully maintaining the seeds. If that happens, you are screwed. And that's happened many a time to many people that have DM'd me.
Okay.
That happened to me along with to a contract address. Listen carefully.
Okay. So
Right.
if I hurry and get this changed, I mean, obviously we most likely have time before launch, but when I put the new MetaMask on, I'm just trying to think of, so like when we have our copies and everything, is that going to be through MetaMask or is that going to be just with my treasures?
Hardware wallet.
Hardware
It's
wallet.
all your hardware wallet. It's in
Okay.
your hardware wallet is your key to those addresses, to those wallets that exist already on the blockchain. MetaMask, on account one, you trust nothing, you do nothing on that. And as long as that's the case, you've got ultimate flexibility, portability, and security by plugging in your hardware wallet and being able to see your goodies on the new chain through MetaMask as your portal.
Okay. Awesome. Well, you are a rock star. I really appreciate you coming on and helping me again. And I love watching you on Discourse Syndicate, and I'm learning tons from you guys. All of you. Thank you all for helping me.
Thanks, Debo. Take care. And thanks for taking your security posture seriously.
Also, I'm very happy that I was able to assist in any way. So,
Me too.
no, seriously, thank you for coming out here and asking the question. A lot of people won't, and they get wrecked. So, good for you. Seriously.
Yeah. Thanks.
It's a fact. That's a fact.
So, hey, Papa, I know you're a busy man, but if you got a few more minutes, I would really love to pick your brain about a few other things.
Sure. I do have to jump off as soon as. Let me see if Hextrovert Ty is still lurking in this chat. If he is, I'm just waiting on him. Hextrovert Ty, I saw you come off mute. Do you have something to say? Was that you just passing wind?
Very funny.
But Ty, do I have a few more minutes to give to Crypto Quack?
Just take your time. I'm working in the background.
Right on. Crypto Quack, shoot, man. What you got on your mind?
Thank you so much, dude. Seriously. So these are questions related to anonymity. I haven't actually heard you speak of these things, so I'm not sure on your knowledge set. Is this something that you're okay with speaking about, or should I move on to next question?
Okay. Let me address anonymity. Privacy, to me, and anonymity, which I guess would be a flavor of privacy, I don't think are, number one, real, and number two, are prioritized in any IT or OT or crypto space. What application or what are you trying to anonymize? Are you trying to mix your tokens so that no one can see what your original wallet was all about, or what are you trying to do?
All right. So, as I've told you before, unfortunately, I'm to the north of the freedom-loving U.S. and more in the communist-ridden frozen nation. So, after what has happened with the protests recently, it concerns me greatly that my governments know my funds. So, all of my hex stakes are obviously they're set in stone, and I accept that, right? I understand that. But I'm about to be making new hex stakes. So I have a bunch of liquid hex currently waiting for me to stake it as I figure these things out. And I'm currently buying more every paycheck. Net buyer, right? Since like I said, I've been here since day 3, never sold a single hex. I'm net buyer. So my concern is I do not want my government to know what funds I possess until I sell them. So I've heard of HEXradio, and I know of Tornado Cash, and I know that Huracash is coming to Pulsechain. So we have these 3 things which use ZK Snark's technology, which allow for better anonymity than ring signatures within Bitcoin. So currently, excuse me, aside from Bitcoin, or not Bitcoin, sorry, Monero and atomic swaps, provided that both are used correctly, I still believe that ZK Snarks are better, but I believe that Tornado Cash has a higher anonymity set than HEXradio. I'm trying to find the best option here, right? So I've already made my purchases in Hex. They're sitting there, right? So if I was to go about looking into HEXradio and routing my funds through there to route to a new wallet to stake for my children for the future, because they're also Canadian citizens, and I don't know how my government is going to react in the future, right? We're trying to get out and not have it as a concern, but it's obviously a concern right now. So the new Ethereum going in will be routed through Tornado Cash, but my current HEXradio, right? I mean, either way, if you can give me options on both of those things or outcomes of those things, I'd be really happy to hear your opinion on them. I know that was a lot to ingest, so I'm sorry.
I think I understand that your chief concerns are from a totalitarian state that's going to cut off your supply and use of your funds in the real world. Is that your use case that you're trying to prevent?
Well, that and attack me personally, right? So if I can route my funds, like so they know my current funds, right? So if they attack me for those and I have to give those up, then so be it. But for my newer funds that I have, I don't want them to know about it because, well, I mean, either way, I mean, if they're attacking me, I'm fucked one way or another. But I've recognized my mistake and I'm trying to fix it in the future. So if there's any pointers you can give to try and help me, I'm listening
Well,
and
okay.
taking.
All right. Well, before I get into this, I thought that Huracash was actually, I think they found out that DoD can actually undo the mixing process for Tornado Cash. I thought were the whispers. Could just be rumor. Doesn't matter. It'll happen eventually. And or flag anybody that uses a mixer like that as a person of interest and give you the hassle that you've been thinking that you were preventing. You're actually inviting it in the future. So I think that by using a mixer or putting yourself, I mean, I have to ask you this qualifying question. Are you a disgruntled youth or are you already known to be a person of interest to governments? Do you know that you're on their list and are they observing you?
Well, just based on past Google searches and interests, I'm going to assume I'm on several lists. Like, so I've never made a purchase, but I was a part of Silk Road 1, 2, and 3. It's how I learned about Bitcoin. Um, I've been on WikiLeaks a lot. I've been on Tor a lot. So I don't know if you want to call me disgruntled youth or I don't know, some kind of fucking cyber terrorist, even though I've never committed a crime or done anything wrong. But I can almost guarantee that I am on NSA and CSIS lists.
Okay. In that case, why should we do the same thing and build on the same foundation, expecting a different result? So
Can you please
you've got your
elaborate?
you've got your castle built, and your reaction to an overwhelming horde of people that are starting to look pretty nasty outside your gates is to simply build a bigger wall.
Well,
Your
no, that's not the
vulnerability.
problem. My problem is when I was a part of those things, I was a very young teenager. Like I didn't start getting into Tor until I was like 13 or 14 years old, right? Like our middle school friend basically took over the town with fucking drug dealing, which boggled my mind. And the fact that he was doing it with Bitcoin, and then that's what really intrigued me was, well, he's doing this with Bitcoin. Well, what is Bitcoin? So I started digging into it. I joined the Silk Road. Like I wanted to know what it was all about, right? And back then, I didn't understand computer security. So I can 100% guarantee that my name and my IPs and everything else are fully on those lists. So my major concern now is, are they cross-checking those lists? And are they saying, well, this guy was around back then, and look, here's a new Ethereum address because so-and-so exchange shows him purchasing crypto the legal route, and are they now monitoring my holdings? And I like secure, I like privacy and security. So so sorry, excuse me. With security, I already screwed up, and with privacy, I screwed up. But I'm trying to fix those things. So, with newer purchases, what I'm getting from you is that adding to a mixer in any sense is going to cause me more harm than good. Correct? Yeah, man. Listen, I'm so sorry. My headphone just died. Give me 1 second here. All right, I'm listening just on my phone till I fix this.
Yeah. So here's my viewpoint, and maybe I'm older than you, maybe I'm not, I don't know, but I've come to the point in my life where it finally occurs to me. I mean, I remember back in high school when you wanted to pass a note or you wanted to walk around school without being harassed for a hall pass, you simply do it with confidence. If you do it with confidence, you're not sneaking or skulking. Nobody ever harasses you. You look like you have a place to go, you do it. Why? Because you learn to play the game. And the game to be played, I believe, is not within the, hey, I'm going to, give all these flags and breadcrumbs for these NSA types and DoD to plug into their software to create a spider web of connections that link me to a bad guy so they can get a, let's say, a quick warrant from a judge's server to allow me to be wiretapped. That shit is real, but you don't have to play that game anymore. At your position, when you're about to come into fantastic wealth and you've got something that you want to give to your kids, now it's time to kind of mature up and grow up and drop all this kind of silliness about anonymity and everything, because it doesn't exist. And if it does, it's only protecting you from honest people. The dishonest people have ways of finding out everything and finding out what's in your wallet anyway. It's on the blockchain. There's one way or another they'll trace something to you by one of the many different ways that they can. So I say, don't give them a red flag. Just go out in the real world. I would say create an LLC or a company, play in their set framework of regulatory protection, and enjoy the low, the low downside risk of lower taxes, just the way that your government officials play, because that's not going to change. Well, that'll change last from a government perspective. So just like Luke Skywalker and Han Solo put on stormtrooper outfits to go and walk around the Death Star, why the hell don't we play that game now? Why are we so busy looking like we're intruders in in the camp? Why not become the camp officers and walk around unobstructed? Right this way, sir. So I'm thinking that you win it by educating yourself about the laws that protect the wealthy in your country, the laws that assure you that you can have survivorship intact between you and your kids. No one's going to fuck with it, right? No one's going to dip in and levy a 50% inheritance tax or something stupid like that. Each of these desires that you have, each of these goals, I believe, can be addressed in the real world in Finance 1.0 terms and not Finance 2.0 terms. I think Finance 2.0 is going to take care of itself with what you've got going now. Now, you have to protect yourself on your off ramp, right? And if you transact through MetaMask and you're on some list of, people of interest and they want to lower the boom on you, then that's something that you've got to address yourself. You've got to find an off ramp that is valid at that point, or multiple off ramps, or off ramps that are now they're owned by your LLC or your S corp or your C corp or the whatever the equivalents are in Canada, and you fly above the radar. You simply fly, hide in plain sight is my policy. Does that kind of answer your question?
Dude, that answered not only the first question, but the two questions that followed it. Like that was supreme, man. So I only have one more question for you. And again, I know you gotta go do your thing, but you moved to Japan. So did you do that for tax purposes, or was it for another purpose? Because I'm currently learning both Canadian and USA tax law, and on how I can best situate myself for my future as I'm looking to move my current holdings into either an LLC or a corporation. I actually just got my first accountant like last week, so it's a very exciting process for me. But you're kind of on the outside of both of those things, so if you don't mind answering that, I'd be very happy.
The question was, why did I move to Japan? And you're considering the same, like moving out of the country?
Well, no. So my thing is I'm not necessarily concerned about moving to the United States in general. I'm concerned with finding the best place for my family. So you moved to Japan. So my question was, did you do that for tax purposes or for another purpose, whether it was societal or I don't know, maybe religious or anything? Like my main thing was it for taxes?
No. First of all, I moved to Japan long before I had a family. I moved here as a student, and the entire reason was to have an immersive program year at a school in Japan to try to better my Japanese and figure out whether or not I can make a go at it in this society. It was the furthest away from my parents that I could get while still getting good medical and good clean water. So that, oh, I'm sorry. And of course, to chase women. So those are my reasons. And although they are debatably the most mundane and predictable of all the ideas to leave a country, there's nothing more sinister than that. In terms of taxes, it would have been a bad decision because back when I came over here, things were exorbitantly expensive and taxes were higher than they would have been if I would have stayed in the United States. And in fact, the minimum wage over here has not really changed since I first came over here 25 years ago, which means that they were stuck in a deflationary spiral, and they depended on doing that. Now that inflation is now taken off, people are going to be seriously at a disadvantage if they are actually earning yen and spending yen in the society. Americans may have it very good to come to Japan for an extended stay. Canadians as well, I guess. And it could be very good, very safe, clean location, good medical, not great, but very good, subsidized medical, and good clean water. So, yeah, there are reasons to get out, but in terms of tax or government, it's not any place to stake your claim to holier than thou type of society where you're going to get something better. It's going to, your rights are not, you're not represented as a foreigner here at all. You're not going to get Japanese citizenship. So forget that, especially if you're not married to a Japanese and you don't take exams, you don't speak Japanese. But do you really want that? Do you need that?
All right. Well, there's onions there, right? We gotta peel that back because not only answer some of your questions, but now I have more questions. So I took Japanese in high school, and unfortunately, in high school, I was nothing but fucking degenerate, and I took an entire semester of Japanese, and I learned one phrase, and I'm not going to repeat it here because it is racist and horrible. I just thought it was funny at the time. I failed my Japanese course entirely. I got into the exam, and when the exam was put in front of me, it was entirely in Japanese, and I realized I couldn't fucking read Japanese, and that was pathetic because it was hiragana and not katakana. So it was the basic form that I could not understand. But mind you, I was 16, about to be kicked out of high school, and really in no mental state to actually learn. So nowadays, I'd be very different. As for visiting, I would love to. I would love to own some kind of property within Japan. I've looked at that for a very long time, even before high school.
Okay. The only property that I would tell you would be wise to get in Japan would be to get on one of these programs that sets you up in one of these farm communities that's got a pretty much dying elderly population. And in exchange for you to do some kind of elderly friendly business in that town, they'll give you one of the farmhouses that is just laying there dormant. And then you
Well,
can
I'm
fix
not.
it up and yeah.
Sorry,
Because otherwise,
my big.
buying a place in
Sorry.
Tokyo is a bad proposition in terms of an investment. Number one, they depreciate out of the box. I mean, depreciate like crazy as they get older. Number two, you can only get insurance up to I think 50% of 50 or 60% of the value in terms of an earthquake, which is your number one liability. Number two is fire, but number one is earthquake because we're living on a fault line is not covered. And even if it were covered, you can guarantee that given the density of the buildings over here and all the properties that would simply be destroyed in the case of, the big one coming to Tokyo or one of these major cities, the insurance companies would go default. They would just say, all right, we need a bailout from the government. The government would then say, all right, here are some form of container that's been converted into makeshift housing and you can live in there until you die like the people in Kobe. So
That sounds
no, I
fucking
would not.
horrible. But that
Yeah, I
is
wouldn't
not what I
tell.
meant by buying property. So
All right.
when I said buying property, it would be like, hey, I'm gonna visit this like 1 month of the year during winter when your mountains are amazing and I can go snowboarding, and not as I'm gonna live here year round, become a citizen. It would be a vacation property, and it would only be at the point where I would be so financially secured that I can write it off as a liability more than an asset. It would be for my pleasure, not for my gain. So I'm sorry, I should have said that right off the bat.
Right.
And like I said, I've always wanted to
I
visit.
would rent before I'd buy in Japan ever.
Yeah, just rent for a month, a year, and say screw it.
Yep. 100%.
Okay, no, good to know. Okay, my second question is, because you are a U.S. citizen, I'm assuming you are not an expat, though you might be. The only reason I'm assuming not is because, as I've heard it, it is quite the nightmare to become an expat of the United States. And even when you do become an expat, you still require payments for taxes to the IRS. Now, whether or not I'm wrong on that, and please answer me if I am, but how would you how have you set yourself up for international finance, and what advice can you give for a newbie other than consult an advisor? In better question, if you are going to say consult to an advisor, what is the best way to look for an advisor, and what is the things to look for in an advisor?
Well, I'll say look for an advisor. Second of all, the best things are to look for an advisor that is a CPA, B, a tax attorney, C, a trust attorney, or has a relationship with one. Because you should get your taxes taken care of in a country that you deem friendly, which is where your income is registered to, or your off ramp is registered in, where your bank accounts are held in, where your paper is all held to, meaning your identification, your birth certificate, all the stuff that you want to tie it to is in a country that you can understand the tax laws in and the tax tricks. Because if you go off to some place like Japan where CPAs do not fight for you, they simply read the letter of the law and churn out the same answer that every other tax advisor would give you, then you're not playing the game. So set yourself up in a country that is known to you, learn all the ins and outs using that CPA slash tax attorney slash trust attorney combination to set up your own corporation and be then an employee and get your disbursements from either the trusts or the LLCs or the S Corp, C Corp situation and pay the taxes. Now, if you have no taxable footprint in the country in which you are domiciled in, you will have certain either minimums or explaining to do. But once you've established the gameplay there, you can, enjoy a good night's sleep, knowing that the very worst, your downside potential is that there's a reciprocal type of agreement where one country feels slighted because you didn't pay them first. You get on a plan and you make sure that everything evens out, but you don't effectively have to spend more money. You just have to make sure that one country has an agreement with the other. In the case of the United States and Japan, there is a reciprocal agreement. You can pay taxes in one and make good on the other, but I would rather not go through the rigmarole of paying Japan first and then having the United States put their hand out and then Japan communicate with the United States, because I know how long and arduous that road is to get the two to communicate with. Even though it's the letter of the law, it takes a long time. So I cut out the middleman and I simply have no income in Japan ever. I have income only in the United States. I pay tax in the United States, and then I declare upon my departure from Japan, which will be coming up shortly, that all of my my benefits and things that I've accrued in Japan from my time working here will be forfeited and put back into their system because I have no longer any need for it. The reason to do this is to establish a 10-year time frame after I've left to make sure that my receivership is unencumbered by Japanese taxes for my children. And that's the strategy. The same would hold true for anybody wanting to be a quote expat. I would say seek advice from a qualified CPA / tax attorney / trust attorney in a country that you understand. And if you're going to be a true expat and like denounce your citizenship from one country to move to another, I'd make damn well sure that you know what that means and that game is playable in a language that you understand and be represented in a way that you can see down the road several miles, not just on a whim.
Dude, that was
the rant.
killer, man. Like you gave me everything I needed to know there. So obviously the concept of a tax haven is pretty redundant in a sense because, like you said, with anonymity and everything else, realistically it's a fallacy, and one way or another it's going to be found out. So it's better off to consult your own country's tax consultants and find out the absolute best way. So basically what you've told me is I have already found the right path and I am on it because I just found my tax guy and I'm moving towards that goal.
Yeah, look, I'm going to leave you with this example. It's pretty much summed up in one sentence. The liability that you are trying to avoid by playing the right game that the fat cats play is 5%. That's it. Sums it all up. Play the game, pay 5%. Look over your shoulder and obfuscate everything and try to duck and weave and hide things in your mattress and risk jail time and go on the McAfee plan. And you look at the end of the day, it boils down to you're saving yourself 5 per frickin' cent. Is it worth it?
That is the first time I've ever heard that. I did not understand the 5% rule. Thank you. I will look more into that.
Talk to your tax advisor. Say, what are all the tricks and what are all the schemes that the guys in the U.S. Congress play to only pay 5%? Between 5 and 7%, really. And I'll tell you, if you do it right, these guys will be long dead before the tax bill ever is even levied, it's even mailed to them. Why? Because they've got a network of trusts, each kind of cascading down to another level that promises to give it to charity, for example. But the first charity organization is one that they control and one that they can still draw income from. So the charitable contribution to a charity that they control actually is yet another strata of income that they can enjoy at a lower lower tax footprint or lower tax event to them. And eventually, all they have to do is pay 5% from that trust to an actual charity. End of story.
Well, and that's exactly why I was looking into the United States specifically because of the CRT, right? The Charitable Reimbursement Trust. Because here in Canada, we have something similar, but it's garbage in comparison. They are working very hard to screw over corporations, to screw over charities, to force us into paying more taxes because we have a very communistic view on taxes, right? Where everyone must pay more, period. It doesn't matter who you are. And they say they're doing it for the poor, but it's an absolute joke, right? It's why taxes were levied in the first place. They were levied to tax the rich, and then the governments got greedy and it boiled down, and then it went to the middle class, and then it boiled down further and it went to the lower class, and then the rich figured out how to dodge the taxes, and all it did was hurt the lower and middle class. So I'm currently looking at different countries in order to figure out where is the best place for my family in order to best levy my finances in the future in which I can actually contribute to humanity while not being beaten down by a government who does nothing but harm and destroy either other nations or their own nations. Because as far as I can see, no government has actually proven themselves in any sense to actually not only take care of their own people, but have any benefit for humanity. I mean, they're all just a bunch of greedy monsters, and it's horrific.
Yeah, but you need fiat to do the stuff that you want, everything that you've mentioned. So look, I'm going to leave you with this because I do have to go. One of the biggest tax havens in the entire world is still remains the United States. It's right below you, man. And you think that doesn't make sense. That's the biggest evil. It's the biggest evil with the biggest loopholes to favor the rich. So take advantage of that. Even from outside the United States, you can set up something in the right jurisdiction, the right language, the right stuff that's filed, and you can just fly or you can glide, let's say, under the shark, just feeding off of its detritus, and it'll never know you were there. It won't feed on you, and you get a free lunch.
No, absolutely. And the US has been the biggest one I have looked at so far because like you said, with all the loopholes and everything else, it is literally designed to protect the rich. And it doesn't surprise me. The United States was originally founded on the concept of a tax haven, right? That's literally why you guys went to war with England, right? That was the main
Right,
principle was over the tea
right,
tax, right?
right. So,
So it,
so crypto crack. Listen, you're gonna be rich, right? Face it. And if you're not gonna be rich, you better well damn prepare for it anyway. Because I believe, and we're all here because we believe in Richard Hart products and projects that are going to lead to the earth shattering, mind melting wealth that we believe we're on the road to. So if that's the case, then prepare, prepare,
I'm
prepare, prepare.
trying.
You know, just prepare and hide in plain sight. Play the same game that the fat cats do. Don't discount it. Don't try to work against the grain. Walk around the school, so to speak, with confidence in plain sight, and no one's going to harass you for a hall pass. Coming back to my first point, and this is the way you do it. And around the age of 50, which I've now achieved, I can tell you, your eyes are wide open, saying, "I got fewer days ahead than I have behind me." So I'm not going to deal with the bullshit anymore. I'm not going to sit at the vanguard of the protest movement anymore. I did that already, and I'm at my home stretch. Now it's time to protect myself, play the game because nothing's changed in the last freaking 100 years of people you know, trying to work against the grain. So swim with the tide, get mine, exact change through the system itself.
Dude, thank you so much for your time. Like, seriously, thank you. Not only like I brought you in because, well, originally I messaged you saying, "Hey, come into the voice chat because you're fun to chat with," and then um that other lady, she came in and she had a question, and that was when I really brought it to your attention. Just said, "Hey, she needs help, right? This isn't about me. This isn't about whatever." But in all seriousness, man, thank you so much for all of your time, man. Not only did you help someone who was new and misunderstanding, but you helped someone who was here from a long time and, like I said, a security fucking standby, if you will. It's like you. I honestly can't even express how thankful I am. Thank you.
Well, that's great, man. It's great talking with you, Crypto Quack. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, you have a great night. Bye now. All right, guys, listen, I gotta jump off for like 30 seconds here because my headphones died like halfway through that conversation again. I'm not really sure what's going on with my Bluetooth. I'm gonna hop off, reconnect, hop back on. I'm happy to talk with anyone else that comes on. Like any kind of conversation, let's keep this going. Like this is great. Let's keep the brain juice going. I'll be right back.
All right, guys, if there's anybody out there that actually wants to, feel free to speak up in any metric. I mean, I don't give a shit. Make a noise just so I can tell my headphones are working. I'd be very happy. Thank you.
I actually did have a couple
Check
questions.
1 2.
But
Hell yeah, I hear you both. All right, question guy. Let's go. Maybe I can help.
well, I was just going to kind of piggyback off of some of the whole tax talk and stuff, but that's okay. I mean, it's not really like a super big thing. I'll try and catch them because I was here last week when you guys were chatting. You guys have probably maybe chatted since then, but I'll come back maybe some other time and ask.
Dude, I haven't been here. I got so busy with work and family and everything. This is my first time back since the last time I was in this chat. So I'm happy to have you back and happy to have this conversation. I mean, the odds of us being here together, fucking kudos. What's going on, man? Let's talk about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was curious because Papa, towards the end of last year when I was kind of freaking out about, hey, how do we approach taxes and stuff for Pulse because we sacrificed. So he helped out a lot of people I know with that because a lot of people had questions about, hey, how should we approach this from a tax perspective? And of course, I mean, it depends on your, local tax jurisdiction, but I would venture that majority of people here are from the U.S., maybe not, I don't know. But of course, he has to file, U.S. taxes. So he helped out a little bit with that. One thing that I didn't ask was, hey, who's basically your tax guy? And, I was just going to message him privately because maybe he doesn't want to publicly share that. And that's understandable. But yeah, anyways, I was just going to let him know, hey, I'm going to message you just so he knows that, hey, when he sees my message, he knows that it's from me, that, I kind of put it on his radar. So anyways, that was that. And then I was going to ask him because last week he said that, there's some coins that are, I guess, going to be claimable right now or will be airdropped in the future. And he dropped, an influencer. I looked him up and didn't see any information about, what's either available right now or to be coming. So I just wanted to follow up and, maybe I missed it, but I did do a little bit of searching and couldn't find anything. So that's that.
All right. Well, first off, for your sacrifice, did you sacrifice to the Ethereum wallet or BNB wallet or whatever wallet, or did you sacrifice to the Sens Foundation?
Yeah, I mean, the taxes for 2021 are done. So, I mean, it's not a big deal now. But yeah, to answer your question, it's
done then.
It was on the Ethereum chain.
Oh, okay. So either way, it may or may not have been admissible. If you would have donated to the Sens Foundation, I'm not going to lie, I would have shunned you for not submitting a charitable reimbursement, if you will, for a deduction, right? Because you donated to a charity. Now, however, with the newest airdrop, I don't actually know anything about that. So if you could do me a solid, because we're not going to talk about that in this chat, right? We're not going to do that.
I mean,
we're not allowed.
Yeah.
Can you send me a DM?
Yeah, I'm not here to show anyone's, coin or project. That's not what I'm trying to get at. I mean, ultimately, everything that I'm talking about is on Pulsechain anyways. But let's face it, like Papa said, we're all here at the end of the day to make money. Tech, I would say, is kind of secondary or maybe a bonus, right? At least for
right. And as Richard would say, did you not take the free money? Are you retarded?
Right,
what's wrong with you? Right.
Exactly.
So my question to you: can you please DM me the things that you found so that I can dig into them? And if I find something, I will send them to you because, like,
hey guys,
dude, in my free
really
time,
quick.
This is what I live and breathe. This. Quick question, giver.
Yeah, just really quick. One of you guys mentioned that Papa Boner dropped an influencer. Did he drop that influencer here? And if so, can you drop that name?
Yeah, and he spelled it for me too. I was in here last week, literally when these two guys were chatting. So it's Maddie, and you may have already. I think folks in the community, some at least know him, or he's pretty well known. It's Maddie Allen. I think it's
Maddie, all
MA.
in, all in.
Oh, Maddie, all in. Okay, yeah, yeah. There you go. So, but he puts it as one word, so that's why it kind of threw me off, I guess. But yeah,
He
that's the
does,
guy.
but he capitalizes ALL. It's Maddie
Gotcha.
all and then in.
Yeah, so that's the guy, by the way, Crypto Quack, that Papa dropped. So he supposedly, from what I understood from Papa, there's maybe some list out there of coins that you can either claim now or that will be airdropped in the future once Pulse launches. But I looked for this list, and this is supposedly a list that Pulse Police has vetted. I looked for this list, I couldn't find this list.
Did you
So
join the Pulse Police? I have not joined them myself yet, so I'm very curious.
yeah, I have. I haven't really been keeping up with them, but like I said, I did spend about maybe 30-ish minutes just kind of looking all the stuff up. There's only one coin that I know about that I've seen.
Have you verified this community? Have you seen other
They
members?
seem legit. Yeah, they
It's legit.
seem legit.
It's legit,
Yeah,
guys. That
okay.
Pulse Police is
Can
legit.
you also DM me that Telegram group so that I can dig into that too, and then I can also verify, and then if I'm back in here, people are chatting about it, I can pop in and say, hey, here's the proper link, kind of thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to send that to you. Off late, I've been fucked a lot. So for me at this point, I question, just kind of like Richard Hart says, something to the effect of like, hey, it's not worth picking up whatever pennies off, in front of a train or whatever, something to that effect, as the saying goes. So yeah, I mean,
It's
for
not
me,
worth picking up pennies in front of freight trains.
yeah, exactly. So for me, it's just one of those things where, like I said, I mean, I've been fucked so much this past year. It's funny because I almost went the whole year and it was clean up until January, and literally things fucking just completely went downhill. But at any rate, I mean, it's
Okay, so question here. Let's stop you right there. So, without mentioning names, can you explain what happened, what went wrong, and how you got fucked? So if anybody listening sees these things in the future, they can avoid them.
Yeah, I mean, to make a long story short, I mean, some of it you guys already know. I'd be surprised if you didn't. Celsius and Voyager, right? So some of the whole exchange, shit that happened. Fortunately, I almost dodged the Voyager bullet, but I still got hit. But I did get trapped with Celsius. So that's that. And so that's more of recent stuff. But yeah, I did get scammed too earlier back in Jan. And funny thing is, I'm not someone who's very like, I'm not. It's not like I don't pay attention to these things or don't care, or I'm just absolutely reckless. Although yes, the Voyager and Celsius stuff did happen, but I mean more so from a security perspective. Like I have my SIM locked, I have all these things. So, but yeah, it was just one moment of not paying attention, and basically I clicked on a phishing link. Just not having a good day, not paying attention, very routine stuff, and my eyes just didn't catch it, and one thing led to another, and yeah, basically just clicked on a phishing link. So that's that.
No, absolutely, man. I totally get all of those things. I'm glad that you shared them. I'm sure most of these people have figured these things out. I got a question though. Is it noisy in here? I just sat down for a drink at a bar, and I don't want to ruin the voice chat.
A little bit. But yeah, I mean, it's nothing crazy.
Like 1 to 10, how bad is it?
1.
Okay, no, fantastic. So yeah, those are absolutely things to watch out for, right? With any kind of CeFi network, right? Not your keys, not your coins. You're gonna get wrecked one way or the other. I was half distracted. Did you deal with any kind of actual scams, or was it purely CeFi?
No, what I dealt with wasn't any NFT shit. It was just a Google ad at the top of the Google search results. Like I said, I wasn't having a good day. I wasn't paying attention. I went a whole year, man. And I can tell you, like, I'm not claiming to be any crypto expert, but within that 1 year, I went like probably the first 5, 6 months, I didn't even put a penny in because I was just waiting patiently, just kind of learning, researching stuff. And then I went into crypto like probably May, June of last year. So I kind of caught maybe like somewhat of a bottom ish at the time when Bitcoin was probably like about 31, 32K. So that's when I started getting into the market. And then just started kind of slowly but surely putting some money in. And then as we're kind of getting into fall and the end of last year, just started getting sloppier. You know, I started off good. I started off kind of disciplined. But then, you know, I guess, you know, like some of us got greedy, seeing it just kind of go up. And then I just got sloppier with the choices that I made. And then one thing led to another. And funny enough, you know, as I was kind of getting into the end of last year, first part of this year, I kind of just even felt myself like internally getting sloppy, almost feeling like, I kid you not, like I'm about to get scammed. Like something, I just felt like something was about to happen. And it's almost like I kind of brought it on myself in a way. But yeah, and I came into this chat, you know, within minutes of it happening. But yeah, it's a very shit feeling. I mean, I can't even explain it. And it's just one thing that you will never forget. Because it's
Sorry, go ahead. I did not mean to cut you off.
Yeah. I mean, it's a shit. You taste the shit in your mouth. I mean, it like I said, it's hard to understand and fathom. But yeah, when you get burnt, that's just.
What happened though? So you click the link. You say it was a phishing scam. What information did it ask for, and what kind of information?
Yeah, I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't
block?
paying. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. And some wallets, when you want to enter like the wallet, like I said, I wasn't paying attention. So they ask you for like your seed phrase to actually get into the wallet, right? And so that's what happened. It was a DEX, and it was connecting to my wallet. But basically, it was a fake version of the DEX. It was a phishing link. So I basically gave up my keys, right? And yeah, so my wallet got rinsed.
How much crypto had you been involved with? Self-custody crypto had you been involved with prior?
Well, that how long? Right, like it's not how much, but it's how long, right? Because you can
not how much.
You can dump however.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, I at that point, so this happened back in Jan, and up to Jan, I mean, and not a whole lot of like, you know, crazy knowledge has been, well, in some ways, yes, I'd say, but in terms of like my crypto development, like I'd been involved at that point a little bit like in launch pads, like I'd kind of seen a little bit of everything. Like I said, I'm not claiming to be a crypto expert. Obviously, I just got fucking scammed. But I'd seen and done a little bit of everything. So I did have some self-custody wallets. I'd, you know, done a little bit of everything. But like I said, it was just a moment of not paying attention. Like think of going to Amazon.com, but it's AMZON instead of like Amazon. Like your eyes just, if you're not paying attention, you just got fucked, you know, and you just gave up your username and password.
So you don't.
Well, and not just. Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
So you don't use the hardware wallet yet, like a Treasure?
Not yet. And I know that's something that I need to do. I just haven't gotten around to doing it. I know. I got to do that. That is on the list of things.
It's extremely important. What I often see happen is people will try to accumulate some wealth. You know, they'll go from 0 to 100K before they even consider getting a hardware wallet. It should be one of the very first things that you invest in. Invest in the security of your future gain.
No, 100%, man. And by the way, I didn't even realize who I was talking to. I just looked down at my phone and I'm like, oh shit, this is Jesse. And you and me have had a lot of conversations over the last 6, 8, 9 months, somewhere in there. As you're an admin over on another Telegram altcoin, whatever, right? This is the same. Just ask Jesse, correct?
Same guy. I'm one of the core team members over there.
Correct. Yeah. So then my question to you is you're bringing this up as a financial thing, right? Of when you have this much money. Well, I'm curious to know what your dollar amount is to owning a crypto wallet, and then I will say mine. The only reason I'm asking yours first, as you are a more prominent member of all of these communities, and I'm generally curious, and believe me, I will answer truthfully because I have this number very set in stone.
So, what's the question?
How much money do you invest before you get yourself a hardware wallet?
Well, I have several, and I also use multi-sig.
Okay, well, just no, what I asked. So give me not necessarily a number, but even a time, right? How much X before X, if that elaborates. If not, I will just give you my example, and you'll tell me if I'm on par.
I'd say if people have $2,000 or more in crypto, they should have bought a hardware wallet by then, because you can get them for less than $100. That's what 1/5. It's just a fraction of that $2,000. So you see those sort of gains or losses daily. With playing with that kind of money anyway, you might as well shave off $100 or $160. Get yourself a treasure. You know, if you're playing with anything more than $2,000. Now, I personally secure wealth either through multi-sig or through hardware wallets with hidden passphrases, hidden wallets, which is amazing technology, by the way. And I can talk about that in a second. But I do have play wallets that I use that I can access easily with less money. Now, it depends on, are you a millionaire? Are you just 100,000-aire? Me personally, I play with quick, easy access money, anywhere between $5,000 and $50,000 at any given time. But then I have much more stored away inside of hidden wallets with hardware devices.
Just a quick question on that. The hidden wallet thing, I believe that's just a ledger only feature, correct? I don't think Treasure has that, right?
No, Treasure has it, and Treasure has it much easier. Here's how it works. Essentially, you have so you have a seed phrase. It could be 12 words, it could be 24 words, doesn't matter. You could argue that 24 words is more secure, and that's true. When you plug a treasure into your computer and you type your PIN number and you unlock it or whatever, you open MetaMask and you click Connect Hardware Wallet, a screen pops up, and there's two choices it gives you. Choice 1, access standard wallet.
That'll just bring you to your normal set of wallets that are attached to your seed phrase. All right,
And
they
real
roll
quick,
up
sorry,
to
you're
your
talking
seed
about the
phrase.
treasure, right? That's the
Yes.
treasure. Okay.
Now, the second option it gives you is to access hidden wallets. And there's a blank box in there. And you could type anything you want. You could type, my dog is black. You could type, I love crypto. You can put spaces. You can put capitals, however you need to, however you want to. And you don't need to set anything up. You just need to type something in there. Like, kayaks are fun, right? And with a capital K and a capital F, okay? When you do that, it brings you to a completely different set of wallets. And let's say you disconnect your treasure, plug it back in, and you type something different. You type, today's garbage day, okay? It brings you to a completely different set of wallets that are derived from the phrase, today's garbage day. Now, if you want to access kayaking is fun with a capital K and a capital F, you just unplug your treasure, plug it back in, type in the blank box, kayaks are fun with a capital K, capital F. Bam, those wallets pop back up again. The only way to access any hidden wallet is to simply have a phrase or a word, and or it could be as long as you want it to be, as short as you want it to be, but mind the capitals, mind the punctuation, and the symbols and characters and whatever else you decide when making this phrase or this word or this password or whatever you want to call it. What does this do, and why is this important? And Treasure makes it super easy. There's no setup. Like, you literally just plug it in and you click option 2 and you just type that thing, and bam, it brings you to that set of wallets. This is extremely important because if somebody breaks into your house and they find your seed phrases, it kind of doesn't matter. Like, you'll be upset somebody just broke in your house, but they'll take that seed phrase, they'll go plug it into Trust Wallet or MetaMask or whatever, and there will either be barely anything in there or nothing at all. They will also need any one of your hidden wallets or your passphrases in combination with that to access all your funds. All right, so it saves you from seed phrase compromise. Now, there's some arguments on how to do this. How do you protect your seed phrase and your hidden words? And there's two schools of thought on that. And Papa B will argue. He'll say, make it all physical and put them in different locations. There's other security experts that will say, keep your seed phrases physical. And if somebody finds it, it kind of doesn't matter. Like, it does matter, but it's not a big deal as long as they also don't find your passwords, your hidden phrases. So those experts will say, do not keep your passphrases as physical also, because then people can find them, or it's easier for them to wrench attack you or whatever. So Jexa, HEXsafe, Discord Syndicate guy, Liquid Loans guy, he's got his own channel, Jexa HEXsafe on YouTube. He talks about security, wallet security and stuff. What he'll teach people to do is buy a treasure, create your seed phrase on the device, and then use hidden wallets. Keep your seed phrase physical, stamp it on metal, keep that in 2 different locations. Keep a copy in your house. Keep a copy, for example, at your parents' house. That way, if your house does burn down and the thing melts, or somebody breaks into your house and steals the seed phrase, you still have a backup somewhere else, and you can go retrieve your seed phrase. Okay? Keep it in 2 separate places, is what he'll teach. Then what you do is you keep your funds inside of the hidden wallets. So you come up with a number of passphrases. You know, mind your punctuation. Make them complex. The more complex these passwords are, the more secure, of course, it is. And then where do you store these passphrases? Well, he suggests storing them inside of LastPass. LastPass is a digital thing. You can put it on your phone. You can put documents in there. You can put passwords. It uses 2-factor authentication. You can use the Google Authenticator. And you can also set it up where if you die, there's a dead man protocol so that your family can reach out to LastPass and say, hey, he's dead. They go through their dead man protocol. They try to reach out to you for 30 days or 90 days or whatever. And if they're unable to get a hold of you, they then give your information up to your verified family members. So they get your documents, they get your passphrases, they get your logins to whatever you need to. They're able to give an access link to your family members. So that's kind of cool. So basically, here's what it would take for somebody to hack or get a hold of your crypto. One, they would need access physically to your seed phrases that you have stamped on metal somewhere. Okay, let's say they get a hold of that. Okay, cool. They have your seed phrase. They put it in MetaMask. There's nothing in there. They would have to know that you're using hidden wallets, and it's impossible for them to know that. So how do they get your hidden wallets? Well, they would then have to go through a second avenue of attack, which would be the digital form. They'd have to somehow gain access to your mobile phone. They'd have to know your PIN number to your phone, your Google Authenticator, the password to get into LastPass, a whole number of things. And then they'd have to know what they're looking for, because inside of LastPass, you have a whole bunch of stuff, right? You have your important documents, your marriage license, and all this stuff. So, like, the likelihood that they're going to gain physical access to your seed phrase, but then also be an intricate hacker who knows how to hack into LastPass, which has never happened before, and then gain access to your hidden wallets, and even know to do that, like, the likelihood of that ever happening is like it just won't happen. Okay.
Hey man, don't say it. Don't say it won't ever happen. That is ridiculous on the stance of computer security, because for those of us that like to break things, the expression is, if man can make it, man can break it. So, like, I understand there are layers and there's protecting yourself, but there's no cure all, right? So please never, 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 never,
Right. But okay, so let
announce
me
it.
say it this way: the likelihood of any of that happening
Listen,
is
I'm not
far
telling you a
less.
likelihood. Okay,
Right.
what's the likelihood of a 14-year-old hacking into the CIA?
But okay,
I
don't
mean,
miss
real
the
quick,
point here.
sorry.
You
I was
need
just gonna.
to attack and steal crypto in this fashion. You need both physical access and digital access through.
And listen, I'm not telling you that it's infeasible. I'm telling you it's not impossible, right? So it's only a word play, right? be careful about how we word things, right? It's not impossible. It is improbable.
I'd probably be more concerned about a data leak. I mean, both Treasure, I think, too. I know Ledger has had a data leak. You know, I don't know about Treasure, but I'd probably be a little bit more concerned about that because you see this stuff happen all the time.
Buddy, I was a part of it. I get phone calls 2 times a day, give or take. I average out at about 9 phone calls a week, give or take, and then some emails. It's fucking ridiculous on the garbage that comes from that. So yeah, like the minor leaks are more vulnerable to idiocy, right? Let's spread out the attack and attack the vulnerable, which, don't take this the wrong way, or the stupid, right? The stupid or misinformed, however you want to look at it. In my books, they're the same thing. The only reason that I jumped on Jesse was that I don't like impossible. That was it. Because everything is possible. It was just shot 256. Right? Oh, you can't break that, right? Can't break that. Well, it's gonna get broken. It's gonna, if it hasn't already. It's improbable, not impossible, because any algorithm or anything that we build in a technological standpoint can be broken by man, because that's how technology worked. If man can make it, man can break it. It's literally how the first lock was picked. Okay, and we've just evolved from there. And I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just trying to use proper wording, right? It's the same thing that fucking RH says, right? You know, don't say that it's unconfiscatable. Say that it's censorship resistant. Use proper wording, because otherwise people get confused and they get the wrong interpretation and they think that they're safe when they might not be, right? If somebody hears one thing in 5 years, or not in 5 years, in the first year, but then 5 years later, that thing is no longer feasible, and say they're in, I don't know, a hex stake in a 12-word MetaMask, right? And they think they're good, they're perfect, right? Well, 5 years from now, right, we figure out how to break a 12-word in seed word. Well, then that's no longer valid, but they're no longer paying attention. And I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm saying that it is possible, but improbable, if that makes sense. I don't want to give anyone the false illusion.
And not to steer away from this, but I got a question for you. Do you have experience? It sounds like you have experience, obviously, with a Treasure, but you have experience with a Ledger as well?
Yes.
What would you say, and do you have experience with one more than the other?
I'm biased to Treasure for a couple of reasons. Some people will say you could do more with a Ledger. However, it's closed source. You don't know what the code is in the background and what's happening with it. You know, I believe that they have everyone's best interests at heart. But you don't know, because you literally can't review the code.
But
Treasure,
real quick, why? Just real quick, sorry on that. No, why it on that front, as it relates to a wallet? Why is it a bad thing for wallets specifically? Is it maybe not a good thing that it's actually closed source for wallets specifically in terms of security because it's closed?
Well, you don't know what's happening. You have no idea. You punch your seed phrase in there. You believe that it's secure inside the device, but you have no idea what the code is doing in the background. There's a consensus. Right. When you have open source software and you have millions upon millions of people that are able to review it and look for bugs and have bug bounty programs and everything else, there's a level of consensus, or at least comfort in knowing that there's anybody can review and look for a flaw. And that's what Treasure does. There's also what black swan event. Let's say Ledger goes bankrupt and they stop supporting the device, and you happen to have your device that no longer it stops functioning. Okay, you still have your seed phrase somewhere, hopefully, right? So you could just migrate it somewhere else. But with a treasure, because it's open source, like it will always continue. There will always be people building these things. Like
But
the
real quick,
software will continue to live forever.
But on
Can I
that note,
jump in here?
you always,
All right.
because you always have your seed phrase. I mean, you still have that ability for the ledge. I mean, you have a good point. I guess it's
exactly.
You have a good point. You know, as far as the code is concerned. I mean, again, I don't know enough about code. I definitely, understand enough, at least to your point of, if there's a bounty program, that's a good thing because people will report bugs. It's incentive and all that. I see it. On the flip side for wallets, I thought it might not actually be such a bad thing for it to be closed source in terms of security. But then again, maybe not. I don't know. But as far as it like going, bankrupt and stuff, you always have your seed words, right? Your key phrase, password,
Right.
whatever. So
but if you're using hidden wallets or the 25th word, the way that each of those platforms does it is different, right? So if Ledger goes out of business and you have all your stuff inside of a 25th word thing, where are you going to put your seed phrase and then type in a 25th word to access those wallets?
So I pose the same question for a treasury then. What about that?
Because the software will live forever. Like it literally exists.
Because it's open source.
Right.
So, okay, let me jump in here because now I'm curious. All right. So I have both Ledger and Trezor, as I've already said, right? So if I have my 24 words on my Ledger and they get compromised by whatever means, right? Because they're closed source, what is the difference between a Ledger and Gnosis, for example? And I'm pretty sure Gnosis is open source software as well. So I'll kind of leave that one blank. Realistically, the 24 word encryption would have to be broken by some fucking means, which is definitely possible, right? Or go into the astronomical of quantum computing, which who knows, maybe we're there, maybe we're not. But say 12 words are broken, MetaMask is no longer secure, okay? And then 24 words is no longer secure, and we're looking at a ledger breach. All right, so your only safe option is technically with Trezor, which has your hidden wallet and has your 25th seed word. I have not operated with Gnosis at all yet. So how does Gnosis compare to those two things?
Gnosis, it operates a little differently than it, well, completely differently than a 25th word. The way
Can you please explain?
Yeah. So what it does is it creates a wallet address that's not a standard wallet address that you can access with a seed phrase. It creates a wallet address that you can send to, and it's a smart contract. And there's no seed phrase to directly access that smart contract, but that smart contract is able to hold tokens. So you can send ETH to the smart contract address. You can send, HEX or whatever else you want to the smart contract. Now, the way that you interact inside of this smart contract is using a separate wallet that has a seed phrase and being an approver or a signer. And inside of Gnosis, you can tell it, I want 3 out of 5 external wallets. Here's the 5 wallet addresses, and I'm going to require that at least 3 out of 5 of these wallets, as an example, have to approve or sign for any transactions to occur inside of this smart contract. So you can store tokens, you can create a hex stake, you can do all these things. But let's say you want to go end a stake, or you want to go create a stake. All right, you can send to this address, no big deal. Send hex into this smart contract to this Ethereum address. But then you want to create a stake. So you go into Gnosis and you go to go.hex.com, and you go to create a stake, and basically Gnosis will it'll ping all these other addresses, these wallets, 5 different wallets if there's 5 signers, and it'll request each of these external 5 wallets to approve that transaction. So as soon as the threshold is met, the threshold that you've specified for that smart contract, so you said in this case 3 out of 5. As soon as 3 out of 5 of those wallets go in and click approve, the threshold is met. The smart contract recognizes the 3 out of 5 wallets has approved the transaction, and it pushes that hex stake through, and it does the function that you called it to do. So it segregates, or it just separates out all the approving authority to multiple wallets. And it could be 100 wallets, it could be 5 wallets, 10. You can set the threshold wherever you want it to be. So it just exponentially makes the probability of compromise much harder. So it's quite a bit different than just a 25th word, that you need to know what this 25th word or phrase is, and it brings you to a different subset of wallets. It's literally multiple wallets that have to approve a transaction.
Right. So what you're saying is essentially Gnosis is great, and it can do the same basic shit that a fucking ledger can, but Trezor really takes the cake with hiding it in a 25th word.
Without a setup process, you just need to let's say one day you wake up and you say, you know what, I want a new set of wallets that's hidden, and maybe they're not even hidden. Maybe you say, you know what, I have one seed phrase, and each of my family members knows that seed phrase, right? Let's talk about this use case. It's kind of cool. So you give the seed phrase out to each one of your family members, your wife, your older kids, whatever. They all know the seed phrase. And then you say, hey, each of you create your own password. And maybe they tell it to you, right? Just because you're the guy controlling the money or whatever. And you can send, or each of them can access their own subset of wallets just by using their treasure and then typing, or one treasure. Maybe it's just one treasure for the whole family. And your kid's like, hey, I want to access my crypto. So you toss him the treasure. He plugs it into his computer. He types his passphrase, like, I love to play Xbox, whatever his passphrase is, and bam, it brings him to his wallets. And you could do this as a family. You could do this as a business. You could have different entities in an organization that each have their own funds, and all they have is a treasure with the seed phrase that everyone knows, but they can only access their wallets because they know what their passphrase is. They don't know what any other entity's passphrase is, right? So that's a use case. There's a number of ways to do it, and Trezor makes it extremely simple.
And this is a very rather maybe simple assessment, but the only reason why I almost went towards the ledger, or did go towards the ledger than a treasure, was because of the fact that it's got Bluetooth. And I know that's a security vulnerability, but at the same time, it just makes accessibility a bit easier too. But I mean,
Not only is the Bluetooth a security vulnerability, but the company itself is a security vulnerability. So the
Yeah.
big problem with Ledger is, like I said, when they had their customer data breach, right? I was a part of that, man, and I can tell you, I get 7 fucking phone calls a day. Not to
I mean,
mention
I
my
don't know if
email.
that's
I've
necessarily. I don't know if
abandoned
that's
my
necessarily
email.
because of. I don't know if that's necessarily because of Ledger, though. I mean, everyone's data has been leaked so many times from so many different companies, half of which you and I probably don't even know. So
It is
I
from
don't know.
Ledger. No, don't say I don't know if it's from Ledger. It was from Ledger. It was Ledger's fucking security breach, and simple as that. If Google had a security breach, or if Yahoo had a security breach, and guess what? Yahoo has had, I can't even tell you. I bet you it's a half a dozen now or more. I bet you it's
Yeah,
closer to
exactly.
4.
That's my
I
point.
bet
Yeah,
closer to a dozen or 14. But
yeah,
my
everyone's
point
data is
is,
floating out there.
yeah, don't say it's not the company, because it is. That's where it's leaking from. That's the fucking problem.
No, I know,
All
but
right.
what I'm saying is you don't necessarily know if the phone calls that you're getting from, is it because of Yahoo? Is it because of Google? I'm just picking companies. Or is it because of Ledger? Like, I don't think there's any way of knowing definitively, like, oh, what? Because, again, everyone's data, I feel like, has been leaked so many times. But anyways,
Well, I
I
can
mean,
tell you. I can tell you. The crypto emails and everything else I've got, I've had one data breach. One. And that's fucking Ledger. And the amount of phone calls, the amount of emails, and the amount of texts that I get are primarily from Ledger. So don't tell me that it's not because of one company, when that one company has been breached, and that only email that I use, that only phone number that I use, and that only fucking address that I use has been primarily attacked by that. And don't get me wrong, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I had a HEX postcard sent to my fucking house because of the Ledger breach. All right? That's the only reason that was sent to my house. The only reason. And I then changed everything after my first piece of snail mail got me, because the emails, whatever. I get that. Sure. My email gets dumped tons. But my fucking physical address and my name, yeah, that's 100% from fucking that. So
didn't Treasurer have a leak or something as well? And again, by the way, just for the record, I could care less Ledger, Treasurer, whatever. It's not like I own any of these companies. I'm just trying to figure out what works best, at least for me. Everyone's going to have their own preference. But I thought Treasurer had something happen as well. Or am I mistaken? I think something happened with Treasurer as well. They had some kind of leak too.
I haven't personally heard of a Treasury leak. I could be wrong. Maybe I
I
am.
think they
I have
had.
somebody. You tell
I
me.
think they
Tell me.
had a third-party email service that got the list. So the third-party service they were using basically had the list hacked or whatever, or stolen.
Yeah, something like that. That sounds about right. Yeah, that's the thing, man. Crypto Quack. Like I said, every company's had some kind of. That's exactly why I said I'm personally more worried about a data breach, like your data getting out there, which it's already out there anyways, right? But yeah, I'm maybe a little bit more worried about that, at least when it comes to these kind of things, rather than your crypto getting stolen, because it's probably more likely that you're going to do something stupid like I did, to lose your crypto rather than someone putting a gun to your head, because you would have to be some kind of
And you're
known
right.
target. You would
You're
have to
right.
be some kind of
I'm
known target,
100%.
or
But guess what? Now I'm a known target, right? So 5 years, 10 years down the line, right? I now have to move my family out of that address, right? Because it wasn't my address that got dumped. And as for my email address, my phone number, my name, I can change all of that. Doesn't matter. I can change all of that. But what matters is it got leaked. And the main fact of the matter, with Ledger anyways, is that I wasn't informed until 6 months after I
that's
figured it
usually how
out
these
on
things
my
go.
own.
Yeah.
No, I figured it out on my own because I got notified via a third party saying your fucking data just got dumped. And Ledger didn't fucking tell me.
That's
So,
usually how these things go, man. That's usually how
yeah,
these
and
things
guess
go.
what? Fuck them. Same thing with ExpressVPN. Why do you think I know? I don't use them.
right? No. When it comes to VPN now, it's either a secured, trusted service that I actually do trust until I don't trust them anymore, in which case I change everything, until it gets to the point where they frustrate me enough that I build my own fucking VPN. And I've done it before and I'll do it again. Period. It comes down to trust, and if you don't fucking have it, you figure it out or you don't. And that's it.
Yeah.
And listen, guys, I'm sorry. I need to apologize. I got emotional over the last little bit. I got angry. And I shouldn't have, because that's not what this conversation was about. So I want to backtrack on that. I want to say that I'm sorry, and I want to continue from there.
No, I got to bounce. But yeah, I mean, I think we should all honestly be upset. And there's unfortunately not a whole lot you can do about it in terms of your personal data just floating out there, right? Because what are you going to do? You need to use these companies, and you don't have a choice sometimes, right? Because whatever, there's only this or that, whatever. Other one's too expensive or the service sucks. So yeah, I mean, I do think we all should be upset that our data is floating out there, and there's not that much that you can do, unfortunately, about it. You can get a whatever protection service and identity theft protection or whatever the hell, but it doesn't take away from them still doing whatever they're gonna do. But anyways, yeah, I mean, I definitely did learn a little bit as always. So good chatting with you guys, and have a good night or day. I'll catch up with you guys some other time.
Have a good night, man. Thank you.
Okay, for anyone listening, with the same as HEX, if you have HEX locked into the liquidity pool on Uniswap during the snapshot prior to launch of Pulsechain network, who receives the copies of your tokens, meaning the tokens that you have locked in the liquidity pool on Uniswap? Do you yourself receive the HEX tokens in your wallet, or does Uniswap receive the HEX tokens for the Pulsechain network?
They remain in the liquidity contract, right, on Uniswap, exactly where they were.
So does that mean that the owner of those tokens does not receive his token? That Uniswap has ownership of those tokens?
I mean, yeah, technically, when you're adding liquidity, you are giving them ownership of your tokens, right? You're relinquishing control and giving it to the contract. You do have a certain amount of stake in the contract and can redeem it later for the tokens, right? So there is that, but technically, you know, the smart contract has the tokens, not you.
Okay, thank you for your input, Profex. I greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the gist of it is, it'll be in the liquidity contract, and depending on the price action, it may vary greatly by the time you pull liquidity, right? Because it'll be there and you can pull the liquidity, but if other people swap it first and it goes one direction or the other, by the time you pull the liquidity, it may not be, it may not have moved in the direction that you wanted it to. It's going to be a race. It's still a race. If you're providing liquidity or doing a trade, it's still going to be a race versus time when Pulsechain launches.
Hey, just to chip in here, are you asking in regards to what happens after the fork and what happens essentially to your liquidity?
Yes, that is what I'm asking about. I'm asking about
so
what.
so if you supply liquidity, especially on the ETH hex pair on Uniswap, what will happen after the snapshot? The automated market maker bot will essentially harvest that. So Richard's team is creating a script that essentially goes through all of the liquidity pools, supplies PLS, which is going to be a replacement for ETH, and will buy up all of the HEX as well as all other then on Pulsechain PRC20 tokens, and you will not own them anymore. So once you pull your liquidity, what you will have is you will have probably 0 HEX, but you will have more PLS in that case. Does it make sense?
Yes, sir. I greatly appreciate it.
Yep.
Just to let you know, I deleted
Okay.
your post from the dev group because it doesn't quite belong there. So.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I was just wondering. Thank you so much. Yeah, I was just wondering on like how the entire system works because I was going back and forth if I should build something on Pulsechain, and I think I should just to further support the community. And so yeah, I'm just kind of like getting started and looking more into getting feedback on the auditing side.
Okay, sorry guys. Sorry about any miscommunication. I greatly appreciate it. Like I said, I supported I sat for Pulse and Pulsechain, PulseX. Like I said, I'm a developer myself. I just had a lot of questions. It's hard to find developers that have answers, you know, and I wanted to be ready for the Pulsechain launch. So that's why I have the questions I have.
Nice. Seems like you're on track, especially if you sacrifice for both.
Yes. I'm deeply staked in the HEX community as well. But like I said,
Nice.
I'm furthermore just trying to peak myself, get to the highest of that mountain, you know, and I I, I promote Hex hard for my community where I live and around my area. But also, like I said, I'm trying to start my own thing as well. But I wanted to be prepared for the Pulsechain launch. That way, I can have everybody ready for cheaper and faster transactions.
That's awesome.
So I greatly appreciate the help you guys giving me feedback. Greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, anytime. I mean, like, it's good to see that this particular chat is a little bit more active now. Because usually, I don't know, a couple of months ago, you usually see 100+ people in this voice chat. In the past couple of months, that has dramatically been, well, has been down for a bit. So happy to see people talking on here and asking questions.
Yes, sir. It's a wonderful community. I'm more than happy to be part of the Hex community and the Pulsechain upcoming network. Like I said, I expect great things to take place, and yeah, man, we just wish for the best. We hope that we can bring more people to the awareness because, just like you said, the chats have sort of died down. We don't have as many active and as many listeners. I think people are starting to fall in a little bit of disbelief, but hopefully all things set aside, once that time comes, we will have more people who believe in all of our missions and goals.
Agree. Now this is the time to start building.
Yes, I agree.
Hey, Profex, have you been active in the developer chat and also at the Pulse Police chat?
I mean, the developers chat's not really active, I would say. And I haven't looked at the police chat since, more or less since it opened up, a few months back. I paid attention to it originally and then moved on to kind of other things, more or less.
Got it. Yeah, I just want to kind of like get an understanding since I recently joined them to kind of get an understanding of what feedback to expect or if there's like a specific procedure, because I know a lot of people are building and also are open with their time and double checking contracts and so on. So I was just curious about the process.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in the police chat, then you see people kind of auditing these different contracts that are launching on Pulsechain, which is a fantastic service, right? And the devs that are in there, are good devs. They know what they're doing. They can be trusted. At least the ones that I've seen, participating in there. So yeah, it's a huge service. That group. Yeah, and like I said, the main dev chat, not very much talking there, right? Because they're just not.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, like we see the first wave of forked projects from ETH essentially being replicated on Pulsechain. And while those contracts require a little bit of adjustment, it's always good to have multiple people double checking the contract. So it's awesome. Good, really good to see. I might have to ask a couple of people to take a look at our smart contract.
Yeah. I don't know what the process is. I guess you just go, because they have two rooms, right? They have like a reporting room, and then they have the room where they actually discuss it. So if you don't have both rooms, maybe you want to get into both rooms, not just the final.
What do you mean? They have, because I'm currently only in Pulse Dev and Pulse Police. Is there a different channel?
For the police, there's two groups.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, there's one where just like it reports it out and it basically just lists it and it says, hey, this project, and then lists out kind of the comments. But then there's another chat that's a normal chat where they be just talking back and forth, from what I remember.
Got it. Okay, I'm seeing it right now. Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, most of the time I'll just link the reporting one because that's all people need to know, right?
Yeah.
But in your case, if you want yours requested, you might want the other channel.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll probably write up, a post or something, go through it, and share resources. Do we know if Chainlink has, or anyone from the Chainlink community has reached out? Are they gonna support their current smart contracts or launching new smart contracts?
As far as I know, they're not going to be supporting Pulsechain.
Was that a statement or just rumors?
I think other people went into the room and asked, the dev forum for some senior people and whatever. But I mean, the community might have a different say, though, right? Once it launches, you never know.
Yeah. I mean, one other thought that I recently had is like, we're all pumped for Pulsechain and so on, right? But I think also a big amount of building is required. I mean, we have a lot of projects there, but then I think, the projects that had previously product market fit need to be on Pulsechain to essentially attract new users. So I anticipate that we'll need 6 to 12 or 18 months of like good product building, aside from the fundamentals and all of that, to essentially attract more and more users.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. Not everyone's just going to jump over, right? It's going to
because
the network and just get used to it.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at ecosystems and like how they develop over time, it takes a couple of years for them to, have the projects and products and adaptation. But I think with Pulsechain, will be significantly easier if projects decide to, change up their UI. I mean, like probably a lot of DEXs will be able to just serve Pulsechain, and then maybe also some DeFi, truly DeFi projects, if they decide to switch up their RPC settings and point to Pulsechain.
Yeah, and we'll see if Richard's more respected in the community after this bear market, right? Hopefully he goes on a good number of interviews, as he calls the bottom, right, or whatnot. And he's been going on some pretty nice spaces lately, and just being invited, I think, to more and more places. So the more he gets out there, and just talks, tells basically people what he's been saying for the last 2 years, about not your keys, not your crypto, and that sort of thing. I think he'll be like a source of truth, to more and more people. And that'll put more faith in Pulsechain and drive adoption, and all good things to people who are here early.
Yeah, I agree. I think the documentary will play a big role in not only getting the word out, but also legitimizing Richard Hart, given he considers adjusting his PP talk. That might be then more palatable towards a larger audience.
Yeah, hopefully that just fades. Yeah, I think he said he was getting bored. He's getting bored of it now. So hopefully that just goes to the side. I don't know. I think it's kind of a miscalculation, right? Personally.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day he was worse. Now it's just like a couple of hiccups. But yeah, sometimes I do miss the older Richard.
Yeah, yeah, the good old Richard was entertaining. I
Spicy.
didn't like them right from the beginning, right? But yeah, but I mean, the issue is, the way I see it is, yes, outrage marketing works fine, right? But you also have a name, right? And you can't change your name a second time, right? Once is enough,
Yeah.
right? You get one basically alias to go out in the world with, and that's pretty much it. So long term, it's a question in my mind. It's a question of, was it more beneficial to do the outrage marketing and getting a few people net here and getting that, getting the adoption, kickstarted, right? Or was it better to kind of play it more straight, and have a better reputation later on down the line, even if it might be a little bit slower growth, right? And to me,
That's a good point.
I would bet on, hey, let's go for the long term, right? Let's have a better reputation in the long run, right? Because once you talk about, your PP on YouTube and whatnot, it's really hard to take that back. Right?
Oh yeah, I can already see the clips like 3-4 years from now, where people will essentially surface that if they want to, criticize him again. But yeah, I agree. I think you're bringing up a really good point.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be FUD, right? And fine, whatever, it's FUD. It's better for us, kind of, right? Because people are hesitant to get in, and it gives us an opportunity to get in now before other people realize what they're missing out on. So there is that. So there's a certain element of like that IQ test, right? Right. Maybe some really smart people get it. Maybe some, less smart people, right, get it, or more normal people, let's say, get it. But people who think they're smart, maybe they miss out, and maybe that's an okay thing. Who knows?
Well, I do think a lot of smart people listen to Richard. They just don't like his personality, right? And that's where kind of like they find a disliking on him, and even though he's right on so many levels, they just don't like him as a person, and that's why they don't give him airtime. That's why they don't give him respect. I think, but at some point, I mean, for mass adoption, maybe it doesn't really matter because crypto is such a, echo chamber anyway. So, who gives a shit about all of the influencers in crypto with their opinions and their affiliate links? So, I don't know.
Man, when it comes to the smartness level, if you want to refer to it from the IQ test, and by the way, for anyone that was in here like 20 minutes ago, sorry, in the middle of the conversation, my cell phone died, so it was really hard to contribute to any rebuttals that came. But as it comes to the IQ test, I think I fit in very well to when I was in the early days of Hex, and I bought the garbage of the Furus, right? So I listened to the where did the ETH go, and Richard's dumping into his own shit, and this is all of Richard Hart's money. And I listened to all of the fucking garbage that came out, and I'm a free claimer Bitcoin. Like, I've been in Hex since day 3, man. So I free claimed. I didn't buy more because I was one of the retarded bell curve that didn't listen, right? I was between the 100 IQ and 130
right in the
IQ.
middle.
That's right. But so here is my perspective on it. All right, from somebody who's in that bell curve, and I've never taken an IQ test. I haven't. But I'm assuming that I'm somewhere in there because I'm half sophisticated. I have some intelligence, and occasionally I wreck myself.
Take the Mensa IQ test, which is pretty quick. It's definitely not an accurate test, but it gives you like a ballpark where you land.
Can you send me a link? Like MUNSU? Mensa?
Mensa IQ test, and it usually takes like 35 minutes or so.
All right, I'll do it. Yeah. No,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
bet you though. I bet you I'll be in that fucking retarded bell curve of the
Well,
crypto guys.
if you do take a screenshot and we then essentially certify you as, you know, being right in the middle.
As certified crypto retarded, yeah. But no, anyways, listen.
I'm just
Look, my
kidding.
point is, no, don't be. Like, I'm telling you, this is where I fucked up, and why I am agreeing with you and disagreeing with you. So there's guys like me who realized early that, like, oh, this is fucked up. This is a fucking scam, and then we got wrecked in one way or another. Like, if I would have put one paycheck into Hex when I found it, I would have made $80 million at its peak because
Yeah.
I'm 100% staked, right? So I would have got fucking wrecked beyond all belief. And I mean, I am wrecked beyond all belief. But 2 years later, after learning, after figuring these things out, I'm pretty sure my IQ hasn't increased because that's not how it fucking works. And I think that we're going to see this continuous pattern of people of my intellect, that bell curve that most Hexicans make fun of, right? We're going to see a repeating effect of these people. And we're going to be the retards that cause the dips and pumps, right? Now, I do my very best not to be one of these retards, and that's why my average stake length is 3.94 years. So I've seen the value of Hex, I have. But there will be many just like me who buy the FUD, buy the bullshit, that they don't see it. Right?
Yeah.
So I would like to see a comparison of that in the future and see if we have this average of, you know, say 100 IQ to 130 IQ of diminishing returns for 2 years of just absolute nonsense, and then just pumping returns for 5 years after.
Yeah, I think with Hex, something that is really interesting to see is like, other than like the, you know, first IQ test that people usually go through, it just promotes different values, right? And I think, I mean, like when Hex came out and it was audited, or had 2 audits and 1 economic audit, at that time that was rare. You know, that kind of like started being a little bit more popular and copied by other projects, right? Or the idea that it's fully locked, no admin keys, right? And it's like, what I'm trying to say is just like more and more people are now becoming more aware of features that are really critical for a success of a project, right? And then if you use that filter across the entire ecosystem, well, you don't have many projects or products that actually have those attributes, right? And I think the more we talk about this and promote this and explain this, I think it will be understood by, you know, by any IQ level. You know, it's ultimately just like pattern recognition of like, okay, do we have this? Do we have this? Do we have that? And then not, you know, and then essentially deciding for themselves.
By any IQ, I disagree, because there will always be some that buy into whatever bullshit comes along. So as soon as there's one thing that succeeds, there's going to be 50 others that try and play on that, right? Like we've already seen this with Hex. We've already seen it. So I think we're going to continue to see that. Now,
most likely,
there will be,
I mean, like,
there will be few that pay attention that will succeed. But I think many, 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 many more will continue to be wrecked because of the sole fact that most people don't give a fuck. And it's sad, but it's true. Like, the vast majority of people don't give a shit about their finances. They don't really have a 2, a 5, a 10, or a 15-year plan, or even further. And all they do is wreck themselves over and over and over again. And they don't learn from it. It's sad, but I mean, that's part of this game, right?
It seems to me, if you've been at least through one cycle and you know, continue to monitor and dabble in this space, that you at least have, you know, a degree of understanding of what's better and what's worse when it comes to, like, you know, picking projects and investing and so on, right?
That's true.
No, it's not.
Hopefully, right? We hope. I mean,
Hopefully,
like, I truly
yeah,
hope for you, you know. But
guess what? That's not true. And let me tell you why.
No, it's true.
All right. No, it's not. It's not true. So the intelligent ones progress. The ones that still remain here, the ones that still ask questions, hell, you know, I'm going to assume you guys are part of that group because you're here in this chat. You're asking the questions. The problem is you are assuming the wrong thing, because I can tell you that 2 days ago, I met a guy in a bar just down the street from me that didn't understand why he lost $10,000 in USD. All right. Getting wrecked doesn't fucking fix anything. It doesn't, because the stupid remains stupid. And RH is 100% correct on that. Because when I asked this motherfucker, like, seriously, this guy sat down and bought me a drink because he was drunk as shit. And then he started talking about fucking NFTs and all this other garbage. And I said, listen, NFTs are no fucking thanks. And if you want me to explain any of the other crypto market, I'm happy to fucking tell you, because I've been in this space for, Jesus fuck, what is it, 2022? 9 years. I've been here for 9 years watching. All right. I didn't buy in until 2019 because I thought this was all a fucking sham. I was one of those retards, but that doesn't mean I wasn't watching and observing. So let me explain to you why you lost all your money, right? Let me explain to you the Luna spiral. And you know what this motherfucker told me? He said, how dare you laugh at me? I should punch you in the face.
I mean, he was drunk, right?
Dude, seriously, I just looked at him. I was like, man, you
all
want
hope
to
is
punch me
lost.
in the face? No, not even all hope is lost, but like, man, you want to punch me in the face? One, you're too drunk, and two, you're never going to learn anything. Like, fucking ridiculous. Terrible way of looking at that. And I wound up babysitting this guy for the rest of the night. Right? It was like, he's like, man, I can't, this guy wants to play a pool game. I can't do it. I'm like, all right, I'll come fucking play with you. And then next thing you know, he's got his fucking pockets emptied out, his money all over the table, his credit cards everywhere. Shit-faced, pumping jack style, motion head going on, falling asleep. I had to carry this motherfucker down the stairs and take him to a cab. And then at the end of the night, because the dumb motherfucker dropped his phone on the stairs, he blamed me for it and told me that I punched him in the face. And I'm like, dude, I've been helping you the whole
when you're
night.
too nice.
No, but this is it. This is exactly how the crypto market works. You try and help motherfuckers, you try and help them from getting wrecked, and they just fucking blame you for it. It's bullshit.
Damn. I think you're hanging out around in the wrong circles, man. Like, seriously. But no, I get.
Do you know what I do for a living? Take a guess. Take a guess what I do for a living.
I don't know. I mean, like, we have people from all walks of life.
I'm a pipeliner, bud.
A pipeliner?
Yeah, buddy. I work 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, 24 days straight. I'm a fucking pipe. I'm the guy that brings fucking energy to your home in every aspect, whether it's bitumen, condensate, any kind of ethane, crude oil. Yeah, I'm the guy that fuels your fucking tanks.
One of the few
like,
jobs
are
that
you
actually contribute to society.
Hey, is that me that's got the echo? Is that what's going on?
No,
or is that somebody else?
No, I think someone else just jumped in. Feel free to talk.
No, I don't mean to talk. I just want to. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop right now.
Yeah, man. When you said I'm also a pipe welder myself. When you said you were work for in the pipe industry, I was just wondering whether you were a fitter or a welder.
No. Technically, by trade, I'm actually a residential plumber. However, I jumped into the pipeliner industry because it pays me way more and I do way less. So I'll tell you what, as a pipeliner versus a residential plumber, I do half the work and I make twice as much money, and I can buy twice as much Hex. And I fucking do that.
Good for you, man.
Are you
Good.
union? Are you union or non-union?
Fuck union. Fuck union. Lazy pieces of shit that do nothing, man. At least in my area. Because these motherfuckers will get mad at you for working hard. Like straight up. Straight up. I worked with union boys and they booted us off their fucking crew. Because we worked harder for them and we made them look bad. And that left a permanent sour taste in my mouth. I work fucking hard. I earn every dollar that I do, and I fucking work hard to earn my finance and learn finance. So these motherfuckers telling me that I cannot and will not can eat my fucking dick.
Didn't you just say that you work half as hard as normal?
Yeah, dude, that's the crazy thing.
Right.
So I bust my ass, right? At least on this job, right? Whenever there needs to be ass busting, running around, throwing skids, fucking doing coding, anything, digging, all of it. I bust my ass, but I make twice as much doing half as much as a service plumber. Because as a service plumber, you are always fucking knees deep in shit onto the next job within 5 minutes. On a pipelining gig, half your fucking gig is driving. It's not because I don't want to work. It's literally just the line of work.
So I'm not familiar with your work, but is pipeline what you're doing? Is that in the desert or so that the pipelines are distributing the oil?
Well, it's not only oil, it's also condensate, it's also bitumen, it's also ethane, it's all of the anes. It's, yeah, basically any kind of raw petrol material or energy burning material that's pumping through the ground over a long distance is my job to maintain. So when you have 100, 1,000, 10,000 kilometers of pipeline, right? You have to maintain that pipeline. You have to maintain the wall integrity of it. So when we run a smart pig, and a pig is something that you run through the pipe to check the integrity of it, right? Typically a normal pig is just styrofoam, but if it gets stuck halfway through, then you know that your velocity is not correct. Now, however, with a smart pig, which is run after a normal pig, it is filled with sensors. It's basically a spacecraft where this motherfucker gets shot at like 100 miles an hour or more. And this thing is covered in sensors. And it tells you the wall density. It tells you everything you need to know about the pipe.
So
and this is the shit that brings you natural gas to your home.
I'm not living in United States. I'm living in Europe, but you're saying you're controlling the pipelines inside, and you have a device that's going through the pipe, and that device control the outer lines of the pipe.
No. I don't control the pipe. I don't control the device that runs through the pipe. The device that runs through the pipe is where it tells us where to dig, right?
Yeah.
Because it can base it on kilometers. We then go and dig up the pipeline, and then we can find the problems. We cut the coating, we sandblast, we run incredibly expensive equipment to check the outer layer, right? The thickness of the steel on the pipe. We make sure everything's good so this bitch doesn't fucking explode.
But you say the device is going through the pipe with an enormous speed, right?
It is very, very quick. I cannot give you the exact number, and I would tell you that 100 miles per hour is probably slower than what it would normally go through, because this fucking thing will cover, what the hell was it? I think it was like 3,500 kilometers in a day without question.
Amazing, man.
It travels with the velocity of the liquid in the pipe. It's pushed behind it. So anything running through the pipe, this thing is running through just as fast.
And it's amazing that it can, how do you say it, check the pipe in that enormous speed. It's flabbergasting.
Yeah, dude, the sensors on it, that's why I literally described it as like some kind of spacecraft, because the sensors on it are, they're astronomical. They're NASA level. They're crazy, right? But hey, enough about the pipe running through the earth. Like, fuck, we were talking about Hex, and we got so sidetracked that I can't even remember what we were talking about.
Do our ERC20s copy over as ERC20s?
I'm sorry I didn't hear you. That was very quiet.
I was wondering if our ERC20s copy over on the Pulsechain.
100% they do, dude. 100%
Every
they do.
ERC20 will be a PRC20 1-to-1. Quick question to everyone who's listening: who's planning to buy any PRC20 tokens that are essentially inherited from Ethereum, other than the obvious ones?
I am, but I suggest anyone listening does not suggest any, as this is not what this chat room is for, right?
Well, I guess we're strictly enforcing the rules here, huh?
But I've been here for a long time. I play by the rules, and that's why I'm still here. I don't mean to be a dick, but like, come on, there's other places.
I hear you. I hear
you. You want to kill another Telegram? Give her, bud.
No, I hear you.
Give that Telegram. What's that PRC fucking altcoin trading shit? There's 1,000 fucking of them in there. You know, you want to go there and fill it. Oh, buddy, you have no idea. I'm down a full 2.6.
I couldn't tell.
Oh, come on, you could. That's why you said it. And listen, I'm not trying to be a dick here. Every time I come into this chat, it's dead as fuck. And when I say dead as fuck, I mean dead as fuck. I get maybe 1 or 2 people chatting, and then those people have a question that I can't answer, and I bring in an admin, and then all of a sudden the lifeblood starts flowing.
Crypto Quack, I got a question for you. Are you related to another guy on this in these rooms? His name is Crypto. His name is just Crypto, because you kind of sound like.
Probably not. Probably not. There's no one that I know that has their name as that. There's a few people that I know that are dumb enough to have their real names, but I shit on them.
You guys gotta meet. You guys gotta meet. You gotta hang out. You guys gotta get to know each other. You guys will love it.
Well, what about the crypto BO4? Look, there's a guy in our chat.
That's a different crypto. BO4 is different. This other guy, Crypto, his name's just Crypto.
Well, listen, he's BO4, right? So listen, if me and him mate, then we can be Crypto AO2, right? Because we are advanced and we are subprime squared. So therefore, we're AO2.
Hey, Crab Crypto Quack. Crab, how long have you been coming into this chat?
Pulsechain specifically?
The chat that we're on right now.
Yeah, so the voice chat. Well, I came into the main chat on day, I don't know, somewhere between like 13 and 18, somewhere in there, in like the first 2 weeks that it launched. And then I think I jumped into the voice chat within the first couple of months. And then I think I finally got the balls to speak in the first, I don't know, 4 or 5 months. It took me a while to get to the point where I would just jump in and be like, hey, what the fuck is up? Right? Let's talk about shit. And you teach me shit, I'll try and teach you shit. If it's just noobs here, then I can help. But I don't know, does that answer your question?
Okay, yeah. I haven't seen I think I would have definitely remembered.
I jump in here on a random occasion, man. If you want to really see me, go into Hex Trading,
No.
and I sit in there and I troll because I think it's hilarious.
Yeah, no, I'm not looking to seek you out. I would have remembered the crabs.
No, and absolutely. Like I pop in here on random occasion. Like I said, I work 12 hours a day, 24 days a month, so I don't have a lot of time. And then when I do have time, am I spending it doing this or am I spending it trolling? And I'll tell you, man, I really like trolling because it's a lot of fun. And during a bear market,
Hey, dude, you should join the Fiat group. Somebody send him
I heard about Fiat. I heard about Fiat, and I heard about it like 3 days too late. I wasn't part of the fucking sacrifice. I don't really know much about it. I've heard that from a couple of people of, hey, go check this out.
That's some fun in that room, bro.
All right, well, listen. Let's not talk about third party anything anymore, and send me a DM. All right, like my name's right there. Literally, just send me a fucking Telegram Messenger fucking DM, and I'll take a peek. Right? Worst comes to worst is I jump in there, realize this isn't the place for me, and I fuck off to elsewhere. Because believe me, I'm good at that.
I feel just like
I didn't catch that.
I said it might just feel just like at home.
Yeah, dude, it might feel like home. And then I'll stick around. And then maybe, I don't know, I get bored and I troll there. Right? So it comes up to the admins of, are you going to kick me? Because that happens from time to time. But amazingly, has not happened here. Because honestly, every minute that I have spent here between Pulsechain and PulseX I have spent trying to help noobs. And I would say I've spent at least 150 hours of my own personal time not making a penny, just hanging out here and trying to answer questions. And I cannot tell you how many of the dumbest fucking questions I have re-answered over and over and over again. Fucking when launch, right? When update. And it's those two alone, man. Those two alone confiscate for like 25 hours of my time because half the people that join can't ask a half decent question before they read the comments or the pinned comment.
You're doing God's work, bro. God's work.
No, I'm really fucking not. And of all of my OG buddies, I'm insulted by. Because they're like, really, you're wasting your time here? Here, let me give you a link. Go check out here. I'll go sit there and I'll read and I'll fucking listen when I can. But like, man, there are dumbass fucking people here that need help. And I hate saying it that way because it sucks. It's like when you meet somebody and you're like, dude, you are a fucking skid. You are a skid on this planet. But they need to fucking hear it, right? It's like,
would you say that new people to crypto are just dumb?
no, that's not what I meant. I did not mean specifically new people to crypto. I compared two different things to the same thing. So new people to crypto are people that want to learn. When I say the skid mark on society or the planet, like I mean like literal shitheads, like degens that fucking do not deserve the advice they're given. And there's a lot of them, man. There's a lot of those people that pop in. Hey, give me advice. You fucking owe me. And it's like, no, I don't fucking owe you anything. But here, let me try and help you. And then they just blow it up in your face. And it's just dog shit. The new people that come into crypto that want to learn something that actually give a shit are like new people that come into anything that want to learn something, right? There's going to be some shitheads and there's going to be some good people, right? Just like any other aspect of anything in humanity. You want to compare the sciences, you want to compare religion, you want to compare fucking engineering. Dude, in all of it, there's shitheads and there's people that want to learn. And that is what I meant by that.
You clear on that, also, Mac?
Yeah, definitely.
So did 007.
All right, it's a question for you guys. For everybody in the chat, please pipe up if you have any kind of curiosity here, right? Windows versus Linux and why? All right, let's pick a better topic then.
Windows, because I
Jesus
can't
Christ.
watch
First
porn
thing I'm
on
getting is a sigh. Well, that's why you have two computers, isn't it? But anyways, listen, all right, that was the wrong question to ask. It's the first fucking response I get is a sigh. All right, let's ask a better question then. All right, we've got 31 people in this chat right now. Who is consistently buying HEX? Who thinks it's going to 1 cent? And are you buying now because you think Pulsechain is imminent, or because you think it's farther away, so you're gonna wait? I gave you a multitude of options. Give me any answer.
1 cent.
Why?
Charts are predicting that it's going to go to 1 cent.
Sorry, who says it's gonna go to 1 cent?
It sounds like the charts are pointing toward 1.5, but there's going to be a bull run. But I don't know.
Are you looking at TA?
Regurgitating stuff.
Oh, okay, you're checking. Yeah, okay. So 1.5 is like what, like 97, 98% down? So my question is the shit that you're regurgitating, is that from a Bitcoin maximalist or someone that used to be a Bitcoin maximalist? Because I don't know, Bitcoin in its first 2 years did a 98% drop, right? 98, 99, one of the two.
Yeah, Pulse Boom, what are you regurgitating?
That was the word you used, was it not?
No, you said regurgitating just now.
I know, I did. I did.
No, okay, yeah, that's what I thought. So I'm sorry. I was sure that I heard somebody use the word regurgitating. I'm not pushing that on anyone else because that's literally the word I heard. So
Yeah, I don't really care. I regurgitated the information that I got.
hey, that's fair, dude. Listen, you know what? I regurgitate the same information that I hear, and that the fact that I think that HEX can go to $100, $400, $1,000, right? I regurgitate that, and I don't feel bad for it. So you shouldn't feel bad for the same shit. Don't.
I would not say that it would go to $1,000.
Why?
Because you'd have to have most money in the world.
Wrong. You would just have to have the vast majority of the supply staked.
Okay, bruh.
Well, no, I mean that's true, isn't it? It's not saying that you would have to have the entire surplus of the world economy invested into it. You would literally just have to have enough of the supply reduced that the market supply or the market cap become the vast majority of the world's surplus because most of it's locked, right? I mean, like, why is a diamond worth as much as it's worth? Well, simple, because 90% plus was hidden for so long, right? It was locked away in vaults. Well, if you have, right, what is it, like 87% of the supply of hex locked by the OA, tucked away, and then you have like a 13% supply, which 90% of that is tucked away. So you realistically only have 1% or 2% of hex's supply out on demand. Why do you think that it
So
would
you
be so
basically are
astronomical?
you're saying that if Richard Hart staked, that we'd be worth $1,000 in hex.
If Richard Hart staked, I'm going to need you to explain that.
If the OA staked, then you would have 95%.
If the OA is staked, do you think the OA is not staked? The OA's stakes hold more T-shirts than anyone else that I'm aware of.
Then how is it going to reach $1,000?
For the same reason that I said it would in the first place, because the vast majority of the shares off the market. For the same reason that why Tesla, when Tesla was owned 100% by Elon Musk, started skyrocketing and then it slowly started diminishing. Or when Bitcoin was originally launched and 100% of the supply was owned by Satoshi. And yet it did a 10,000x within what, 2.5, 3 years? Yeah, it's because of a centralized supply, just like any other entity on this planet. The more these things are centralized, the faster their price appreciation is because they're harder to come by. It's literally the whole concept of the De Beers company, which was diamond.
If you have Joe Blow staking or you have Richard Hart staking, they don't give a fuck. The numbers don't care who's staking. So if Richard Hart stakes 95%, then why isn't Hex $1,000?
Because Richard Hart is not staked 95%. Because the OA vastly controls, like, what is it, like 88% of the supply or something like that. If the OA was to stake that much of the supply, what do you think that the fucking APY would be? Do you think it would be worth staking? Do you think that it would be anywhere near something that would be to a high risk investor's
I would not
portfolio?
The APY if it went to $1,000.
What do you think the APY is right now? Because you're comparing to dollars, US dollars. So what is the APY right now to the average length, average size staker?
I think it's 3-something%.
To the average sized, average length staker, it is 39%.
Okay.
You know what the average length is? It's 6.6 years, as far as I'm aware. Maybe it's increased.
And you think you'd rather have that versus $1,000 Hex?
Well, I think that's how we get $1,000 Hex.
Well, you just said all Richard Hart has to do is stake it, and we got $1,000 Hex.
No, incorrect. I said that the vast majority of Hex needs to be staked. I didn't say that it had to be Richard Hart. Well, no, listen, I said the OA controls.
The OA
Oh, really? So,
that
no,
would be-
well, let me look at it this way. So if the guy that controls it all stakes it all, and you have a system that is perpetuated on how much of the system is staked versus how much of the APY, how much of the inflation is received, right? Do you think it'd be better or worse to stake more for the rest of the system? Because in my mind, if you wanted to progress the system,
All I'm doing is proving that your facts are wrong, bro. If he staked 95%, it would not be $1,000. That's all I'm saying.
no, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying the more that's tucked away from the market that cannot be sold, the better. It doesn't have to be staked. It can just be off the market. Are Satoshi's coins? Hey, how many Bitcoin does Satoshi own?
It's not going to happen. $1,000 is not going to happen if Richard Hart.
Why?
Why?
But why you say that that Satoshi's bitcoins are off the market? They are not off the market. They are in the market. They are counted as
Are they?
a market.
When have
Yes, they
Satoshi's
are.
coins ever been sold?
Yeah, but it's not. It's
Show me.
sold or
Show me
not
the
sold.
chain analysis. Seriously.
It's a
So
part of the market.
Satoshi owns 1 million coins. Show me when his coins have ever been sold.
No, it's not sold. It's a part of the market. It makes the amount of Bitcoin is now
Are
also
they?
included by Satoshi, and that
Oh, okay.
is
So let me get this
makes the
straight. All right.
price.
So no, but let me get this straight. Sorry. So Elon Musk owns 20% of Tesla. Okay, he owns 20% of it. He holds 20% of it. He never sells 20% of it, even though he has. Well, hypothetically, he's never sold 20% of it. He holds that. Is that 20% of it really on the market? Is it? Because it's not for fucking sale, is it?
It's
Can you buy 20%? No, but can you buy 20% of Elon Musk's fucking circulation? No.
I wish I
You can
could.
buy the other 80%. No, but you can buy the other 80%. Sure, you could, but you cannot buy that 20%. Is that 20% on the market? It's like if I owned a fucking car. All right, so say I own a fucking one-of-a-kind 67 Impala, numbers matching, and there's none left in existence, and you fucking want it, and I tell you no, is it on the market? No.
We have it.
It's
We
not
have
on the fucking market.
price-wise.
It is not
makes
on
the
the fucking
price.
market, and it makes the price go up. Period.
Yeah, but
Tell me I'm wrong.
What I meant is, if it is in circulation, what it is, if it is in somebody's possession.
Yeah, well, circulation is bullshit. Market cap is bullshit. The amount in supply is bullshit. It's like when they tell you there's like 18 point some or 19 point some billion Bitcoin in circulation. Is that right? No, because they incorporate fucking Satoshi's supply, which has never moved. So should that be in there? No, because it's bullshit.
That's what he just said, dude. What the fuck? That's what he just said.
Oh, okay. Well, then I misunderstood. I'm sorry. No, you're right. Then I am sorry. So if you have 80% of the supply, which is Richard Hart's, or the OA's, sorry, because we don't know it's Richard Hart. If you have 80% of the supply, is that his? Sure. Is it for sale? No.
Yeah, that's actually my question. Like Richard Hart is also the large part of Pulse. We all know it is. He is the major man. But my question is about that. If it is about 150 trillion, is that in circulation, and makes that also the price of? Is it out of circulation, and is it not calculated in it?
Well, no, because you'd have to do the calculation for the OA moving its coins, assuming that the OA of Hex is going to do the same thing in the OA of Pulse. And that's an assumption, right? I mean, realistically, the OA can turn around and snap their fingers and dump, right? Just like the same thing Satoshi can, right? So what is the circulation in supply owned by the OA in Pulse? which the last number I heard was like 97%, which was huge, which in my opinion, as an investor, is not a bad thing, judging by the previous OAs, or if we're assuming the OAs are controlled by the same person, right? We can assume that the things will do the same thing, which is good. So
But
if we have 97% and we have 157 trillion, 157 or 147?
Around 150 trillion.
All right, 150 trillion. All right. So say we have 97% of that, and let's round it down for easy math. Let's say, like, I don't know, 138 trillion. So there's like 13 trillion on the market cap.
About that, yes.
Are we good with those numbers?
Yes, what I figured out as well.
All right, perfect. How much of those numbers are on the market at any given time, and how many of those people are truly locked down and holding for how long? The numbers we never really know. But in all fairness, I think our odds are good.
Like the price of HEX that's going to 1.8 or under 2 cents. It never been there. After that, it passed that, only 2.9 maybe, what I've seen a couple of weeks ago. And if that is going to happen, it assumed that Bitcoin is going under 7.5K, right? And it's the question.
Well, depending on how you look at it, because the people that hold HEX are not the same people that hold Bitcoin. Right, a lot of the people that held Bitcoin, that held HEX, that free claimed, no longer hold HEX because they free claimed, because they sold.
It's
so
not what I mean.
These are in new hands.
It's not what I mean. HEX is influenced by Bitcoin. We can't deny that. So if HEX is going to that range below 2 cents, Bitcoin has to drop under 17.5K and have to go to maybe what Richard Hart says, 11K. But yeah.
Hey, and listen, you might be right. Maybe we will see direct correlation. Have we seen uncorrelation in the past? Have we seen decorrelation? Yeah, 100%. We have. We've seen that. Will we see it again? Maybe. I don't know, man. Do you have a crystal ball? Because if you do, I'm happy to hear it. Like, please tell me, what are next week's lotto numbers for fucking Northern Alabama?
There's
I
7,
think we don't go
12,
under 2 cents. It's my opinion.
9, 54, and 6. Bonus number is 33.
Just purchased my ticket. Thank you.
Those numbers were not for you. You don't do that. That's not for you.
You said it
So
out loud.
question. If you have an asset that is 95% down, 94 and maybe 93% down, what's current price tax? I mean, what are we at? Like 4 cents? Because we started dumping from 4.5. So let's assume we're at 4 cents right now. All right. So we're 93, 94% down. And most people would be like, oh my God, we're 4.34 cents down. That 4.34 cents. That's where we're at. So most people, they're gonna look at that and they're gonna think, oh my, right? We are so far down. How could we possibly go up from here? Meanwhile, you have the other side of the equation where you have, oh my God, we're we're 94% down. We are going to see 1 cent hacks. We're going to see the worst of the worst. Well, let me ask you, one, where's the in between? Because if you have two sides saying one thing, I'm going to go ahead and assume that neither is true, because neither has been true in the past, right? I have seen the bullshit before of Bitcoin is going to $1,000 or less, which I saw during the last bull market from 20K, and we hit 3K. And now I see Bitcoin is not going to go below 10K, which again, I mean, who knows? And now with hacks, right? We're not going to go below 2 cents, or the opposite of we are going to 1 cent. So when we get these market sentiments, all I have to say is, how the fuck do you know when one guy can come in and change the price? And two, are you dollar cost averaging in? Are you playing the smart way about this, or are you trying to play the bottom?
Play the bottom.
You're trying to play the bottom? Well, I say good luck.
I think if you bought DCA in and you bought at 3.1, 3.3, and even in 4 cents, you're still good.
I think if you bought in under 20 cents, I think you're going to do very well over the next bull run. Man, you got to think about it. So 20 cents, right? Which is 1/3 roughly of what Hex has done. That's not bad, right? 1/3. Hey, I mean, looking at it now, sure, you're shitting your pants over it, but let's take a look at Ethereum over its first bull run. Not even Bitcoin, just Ethereum. What is Hex modeled after? Oh, it's Bitcoin, of course, right? But let's take a look at Ethereum, which is the second best. So we look at Ethereum. It did a 1400x on its first run, or 14,000x, sorry, which is wild, absolutely fucking wild. And then it ran down.
I agree that in the next bull run, Hex will pass $1, and I think even 130 or so.
And that's without staking. But that's how big players coming in and realizing that there's little yield going on and really wanting to build onto it. And that's going to continue on in the future, which is going to lock up future supply. So it's going to remove the negative externality of bullshit selling, aside from the month-long consistent sellers, which by all means, let them sell. Let them sell. Every fucking time they do it, they will negate themselves T-shares. Because that's literally the system that's built. So by all means, the sharks or the squids that got in the first 2 years, maybe 3 years, maybe 4 years, by year 7, they're not going to be dolphins. They're not going to be squids. And they're not going to be fucking turtles. Because that's going to completely diminish them as they go. The more people that stake, the more people that fucking lock their shit up for longer, the less those people will fucking earn. So by all means, when you see the downside of Hex right now, and you see like, oh, 3-4 cents, you're like, oh, this is fucking horrible. No, this is fucking great. This is like seeing $5 Bitcoin, $2 Bitcoin, $10 Bitcoin, $30 Bitcoin. Anywhere in that aspect of the first 2 years when people dumped their shit out of panic. This is fucking great. Those people do not deserve to hold because look at their fucking weak hands.
Yeah, it's interesting. When I first discovered Hex, the way to wrap it around my mind was just like a black hole that just incentivized people to buy and lock it up and essentially just absorb all of the money that people have because everyone is like looking for that yield.
Watch
What
your
do you
shit.
guys?
It up.
Sorry?
Well, that's just it. It sucks it up, man.
Yeah,
Like,
it's crazy. It really is. And just the
and
fact, I
it
mean,
all
as
comes
long
down
as
to the person.
it what?
It all comes down to the person. So you can get somebody that comes in right now and buys 100 million hex, and they can stake it for 1 day, or they can stake it for 5,555 days. It's astronomical. And not only that, it's the most transparent fucking blockchain on the entire blockchain. It's astronomical. You can see when these things are coming out, when the inflation is playing out, because nobody else gets that goddamn inflation. So you get somebody that comes out and they stake for 7 days, right? Say they stake 100 million for 7 days. Well, you know that they're going to get like 1.5% inflation for that period, right? You can literally do the fucking math on that and then see, is this address gonna dump? And yeah, they're gonna dump. Okay, well now let's do the math versus the liquidity. And now we have the price. Now we know where it's gonna dump if they do it. This is the best system ever built to date because we know when this shit is gonna hit the market if everything plays according to plan. If not, then guess what? We still know how much inflation is available to the market at any given time based on the math. It's like I said, it is Bitcoin, but better. Because you don't have these retards that have to constantly sell down, right? You have retards that sell down when they choose, which don't get me wrong, like I'm not telling you the Rolexicans aren't a thing, right? The people that really made it in the first 2 years, they're there. And they are more than having fun with this, right? Because if you made, like I said, if I were to put in four grand, which was a paycheck, back when I discovered Hex, I'd have $80 million at the top. Right? If you had $80 million in your pocket right now, would you be having fun? Would you be working 12 hours a day? Would you be fucking dealing with the rat race? Or would you be moving your assets around? Would you be escaping the fucking rat life? Would you be providing for your family and building on that future? Well, of course, you'd be doing the latter. Well,
Well,
when
yeah.
you do that,
I mean, a lot of people have, multiple millions, but most of them are just locked. So it's like
sure, but
it's
well,
it's
when the
like
ones that aren't locked, they're the ones that are selling right now. They're the ones that people are blaming. They're the ones calling
yeah, for sure.
Rolexicans, which I find hilarious. But at the same time, are those not the people getting diluted? Are those not the
Yeah, totally.
people selling Bitcoin at $5, $10, $20, $30. So when I hear people tell me that Hex can't go to $400 or $100 or $1,000 or $4,000, I laugh at them because they don't understand the system, right? If everything that people are valued in is yield, that is what they are going for. And then you want to throw a price appreciation on top of that?
Well, I mean, for many, it's like the yield that locks people in, but no one really pays attention to the yield actually, right? So because everyone is just like fixated on price or the current price,
Except for
and there's
anybody that's intelligent, financially free, or financially literate. Because the guys that really give a shit, the guys that have the most money, the guys that pay the most attention, yeah, they fucking care. They do. You look at a guy like
but my point,
look at Robert Kiyosaki, right?
yeah, my point,
what is no, go ahead.
Yeah, my point is that in the Hex community, we went up at 10,000x or 1,000x right now, and that's already awesome, you know. And we're not necessarily considering the staking, or even though that's kind of like the value prop.
No,
of
it'd be
Hex,
20,000. Right? It'd be 20,000.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, it's like it's just like Hex is already so awesome that you're forgetting the gains that you have with your stakes. You know what I mean?
So you're saying that people are ungrateful.
No, I'm saying it's so awesome.
No, because that sounds
the second
correct.
other awesome thing, which is also awesome, is less awesome because you have such a high price appreciation. You know what I mean?
That sounds like too many awesomes. Listen, I'm happy with
Yeah,
saying
exactly. That's the
great.
point. Yeah, that's the point.
You're not going to offend me by saying that people are ungrateful, because I think there's a lot of people that are ungrateful, right? I think there are people that put $1,000, $10,000, fucking $20,000 in the Hex, and they staked for longer, and they're hurting right now because they don't see the same gains that they did, and they can't touch it or whatever else. It doesn't even fucking matter.
Well,
Even
also
people that
depends.
have liquid,
You know, if
right?
you
They're
bought
all
50.
There's always going to be people that are ungrateful, man.
Well, but the thing is like, you know, you mentioned you've been there since day 3 or whatever. It's like, yeah, you sat through the dips, right? So you had your portfolio going down, but also at that time, you probably invest a couple $100 or a couple $1,000, right? And you probably have also a good
thing. And that's the point that I make with the furus and everything else. Say this can't keep going, this can't keep going, because it's the same bullshit that I heard back then. Right on day 3, when I got my free claim, I heard that, oh, where's the ETH going? Right, Richard Hart's just moving his money around. This is nothing but bullshit. It's a Ponzi. And then it kept moving around, and then it turned out it wasn't Richard Hart's money. And then, but it's still bullshit, right? He's just hiding his money through fucking Tornado Cash, because I was right around the time Tornado Cash came around. And, this is nothing but nonsense because blah, blah, blah. And literally, they just kept perpetuating the fucking narrative, just the same thing that they're doing now. And it's literally nothing but bullshit, because either they want this to remain hidden because they have some and they're pieces of shit for it, or they are so mad at the fact that they are wrong that they will continue to perpetuate their bullshit for their entire existence. And I've seen this time and time again with people.
Well, I think you will have a lot of people where they just have such a big ego that they can't, acknowledge that they were wrong, and Richard essentially rubs it in their face, right? But my point that I was planning to bring up earlier is that you might have some people that are currently a little sour because they bought the top, the 40 cents or even 50 cents top.
There's always people like that. How it works.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, my assumption is that you have essentially more people that had higher bag sizes that they bought than in the early days of Hex. Because the majority of people
are you referring to US dollar amounts, or are you referring to Hex?
Yeah, US dollar amounts. I mean, like, I've been in Hex since the early days, and no one went in and did like a $50,000 buy, But for instance, when we had
But
a
do you
30
see
or
how
50,
that's redundant? Do you see how that's redundant? It'd be like the same thing that like, oh my God, there's all these people that went in and bought Bitcoin at $70,000 and now it's at $20,000, and oh my God, those people feel so bad. It's fucking redundant because that's literally how markets work. All right, the sophisticators come in and they buy opportunity when they see it, and they sell it to the fucking retards who don't understand opportunity, who don't understand risk, and then come in when there's low risk and low opportunity. And then when they get wrecked, they say, boo hoo, oh my God, I got wrecked. Government, come in and save me because that's how the world works. And it turns out that's not how the fucking world works. And when the government does come and do that, you just end up with fucking communism or fascism. So please explain to me where I'm fucking wrong with this, because I'm happy to
no,
argue
dude,
it.
that was no. My comment was in regards to your comment earlier, where you mentioned like some people are ungrateful at these times.
No,
And
people
what I'm
should be ungrateful. They should, because they came in at the wrong time. If those people
well,
came in at 40, 50 cents, they should be sad. They should be sad. But they shouldn't give up. All right? It's like I started my
true,
first
but
business. No, but listen. I started my first business. Guess what? It sucked. It fucking flopped. It failed. I didn't fucking understand. I started my second business. It flopped. It failed. Didn't work. All right. Then I fucking started working with my third. But this time I only started working with my capital, and I started adjusting it. And then I started working for somebody else, which built into my capital assets. And it turns out that the more that you fail, the more that you learn. So the people that failed once and said, oh my God, this is fucking horrible. Daddy government, please save me. Those are the people that should be slapped in the fucking face because they do not deserve freedom. Because they're fucking useless and garbage and they need to build themselves. Period.
well, yeah, I mean, like the point here is that a lot of the early Hex people that found about Hex in the first couple of days or weeks, many instances, a lot of people were lucky, and that's totally fine. You know what I mean? And it's
It's okay
totally
to be
fine.
lucky.
Yeah,
and you know what the best part about being lucky is? 9 times out of 10, you don't hold it. Ask any lottery winner. Ask
with
any
Hex,
lottery
you
winner.
have to. So in this case,
Well, no, but the lottery winners in Hex are the same thing. I made 20, 50, 60, 80, $100 million. Guess what? I don't know how to manage it. Oh, 2 years later, I have nothing. I'm just a shitty lottery winner that I'm now living back in a trailer park, because that's literally how finance works. If you're not willing to build yourself, you're not willing to learn, if you're not willing to play the long game, you are going to get fucking wrecked one way or the other, whether it's short term or long term. It doesn't fucking matter. You need to build yourself. You need to build all of your education. You need to build your understanding, and you need to continue it for the rest of your fucking life. If you give it up at any point, you are willing to give it up at any point. Period. And I'm not trying to sound like a dick. I'm not. But at the same time, I'm not gonna sugarcoat shit. Right? Like, this is how it is. This is reality. I'm not gonna tell you that black is white. I'm not gonna tell you that men are women. I'm not gonna tell you that male is female or any of this fucking nonsense that anyone else tells you. I'm not gonna tell you that you can be an attack helicopter, because at the end of the day, guess what? You fucking can't be. You can't be an attack helicopter. You can't be a cat. If you're a man, you can't be a woman, because that's how fucking reality works. And it's really sad it is. Guess what? Boo-hoo. Cry to somebody else. I don't fucking care. This is it.
we're jumping from like topic to topic. Like, you're covering everything.
No, 100%. But all topics compare. I'm telling you what is reality and what is not. If you want fiction, you want the I can believe anything I want to be, by all means, do the opposite of what I say. Go listen to those retards. Go ahead. I did it. And it didn't work. It didn't work at all. I got wrecked by Furus. I got wrecked by $80 million. So please come in, wrecked retards. Tell me how wrong I am by listening to the own advice that I followed. I'm happy to debate you.
So what's the point you're trying to make here?
I think he's very disappointed that he didn't have those $80 million, and I
I
would
think
be very
you're
disappointed as
butthurt.
well.
Yeah, that's
I
what it
think you're
sounds like.
butthurt. I think you're
My
butthurt, but it's
butt was
totally
Maybe,
hurt as
fine.
well, but
but at the
that's
same time, I'm
very
starting to realize objective reality. I think that's the thing. If you take the data points that are put in front of you, maybe you start listening to those things instead of the garbage, retarded shit that all of
Well,
your
let me ask you
colleagues
this.
tell
Let me
you.
ask you this. Let me ask you this. On day 3, right, when you were sitting in front of a computer, instead of putting $4,000 in, only put out $20 in. Why didn't you listen to all of the data points and looked at the, dummies guide for hex and all of that stuff? What were you doing?
One, I didn't even put $20 in. I literally free claimed my Bitcoin. So I didn't put any money in. I free claimed my shit because my buddy told me to. No, it was my buddy. It was my buddy that got me in. It was my buddy that first got me into buying my first Bitcoin, my first Ethereum. And he told me free claim this shit. And I didn't believe him. And then I went online. And then I started fucking going into all this shit.
Got it. So why
And
didn't you
then I
buy?
started listening. Why? Because I listened to all the Furus. I listened to oh Jesus, what the fuck is his name? Altcoin Daily and Ivan on Tap. Fuck, there was one other one. All three of them perpetuated the Ethereum cycling bullshit. And then I took one look at Richard Hart, and I didn't agree with his personality, so I fucked off. And then I only listened to those Furu retards.
Got it. Did you at least press on the affiliate links that they had in their description?
No, I helped out my buddy actually. The one that got me into Hex, I gave him my affiliate.
Dude, no, I was talking about the Furu affiliate links, but talking about the Hex.
What do you mean the Furu? You mean like the leverage trading?
Yeah. Well, they don't only have leverage trading links. They have any program that has an affiliate link. That's what they promote.
Okay, well, the only ones I've majorly seen are leverage trading and no, because if I'm going to give my money to anyone, it's not going to be them.
Yeah, usually there's like a couple of categories, right? They promote exchanges, then ICOs that also have affiliate programs, so that's even like bigger cash for them.
And listen, I bought into some of the ICOs, never once gave them my fucking my affiliate or my referral link. And guess what? Those fucking ICOs still wrecked me. So when I tell you I learned the hard way, man, I fucking learned the hard way.
Well, you were smart enough to keep going at this, so that's good. Good on you. So, but talking about the Hex affiliate period, there were a couple of people who made millions, literally 20, 30 million in Hex terms within the first year.
What's wrong with that?
No, it's awesome. I mean, like this is like, it's a couple million US dollars.
Well, like 40, the BitTorrent guys, right? The BitTorrent guys had a fucking huge thing across their page. I remember even seeing that. I didn't even know about that when I saw that.
No, he didn't make much. I looked into it. He made a couple. I don't know, maybe like 500,000 or 1 million in Hex. Actually, you can still look it up. But there were
really
some other. Oh yeah, totally, dude, totally. But at that time, it wasn't really much. You're like, oh yeah, I got $50 in Hex or whatever. But it turns out it's actually a ton of money. So let's switch the topic a little bit.
Okay, no, seriously, yeah, switch topics.
So I'm just wondering, like, what will happen after Pulse launches, what will happen essentially to the HEX price. My hypothesis is we'll probably see a lot of, I don't know, like maybe a dump in HEX because everyone will be selling for Pulse
You mean an
X.
Ethereum hex, or do you mean both hexes?
I think maybe both hexes. I think on the Ethereum chain, people will essentially, sell the top, sell the pump, and then essentially convert it or bridge it over. And then on the hex side, people will probably, I anticipate a lot of bags will definitely buy hex, but also see a lot of people who are just going to dump all of it.
So you think there's going to be like some kind of an equilibrium, right?
Yeah, there will be a lot of action. That's what I'm anticipating.
Okay, between the HEX and PulseX pair, whatever you want to call it. That's just the way I say it so that people understand.
Yeah. Between that and then on each platform, probably high volatility of people that don't have, Pulse and PulseX and so on, and people who have PulseX and PulseX going into HEX and acquiring more HEX.
But Pulse itself, you think will pump?
Yeah, I think so. I do think so.
Okay.
I think it will be the first one to pump, and then PulseX will probably a latecomer. But I mean, the buy and burn is so interesting, and I think that will be a continuous pumping. Actually, we'll see a lot of, if you look at Uniswap, right? Uniswap took a long time to acquire a lot of users and a lot of volume to essentially, Uniswap right now, they're making 2.5 million a day just in fees alone. I think in the last bull cycle, it's what?
No, I think you're right there.
Yeah, I think
as for the dump thing. So then the only question I have here is, so you have EHEX dumping for PHEX essentially, and you have technically both of them dumping for Pulsechain, right? And then you have all of these other PRC 20s dumping for Pulsechain. And Pulsechain is going to pump, but then it's going to have its dump, right?
I think so, yeah.
But why do you think that Pulsechain is going to pump that hard because of the dump when everything else is shit on? So in the heart of a bear market, when you have everybody that's wrecked by fucking everything, right? Half the people that fucking sacrificed for Pulsechain were just heart of the moment. They were just giving her, right? Because times were great, right? That was the heart of the fucking bull. And well, I wouldn't say it's the heart of the bull, but it's the aftershock of the bull, right? You have all these people sacrificing. Everybody's fucking wrecked. Everybody just got wrecked by Celsius, Voyager, 3AC, fucking Luna, fucking USD. Everybody just got wrecked to oblivion, right?
Yeah.
And they're gonna hold?
No, I don't
or
think
are they
so.
gonna are they gonna sell? Are they gonna sell? Are they gonna sell to recoup the loss?
I think
So is
we'll
everything
see
gonna blend together, or is everything gonna dump? That's my curiosity.
I think we'll probably pump. The pump maybe 3 to 10x of sacrifice, of the sacrifice amount, and then maybe within a couple of days.
What about people that dumped 100K and 30K and 50K and they're like, oh my god, I just need my money back. I put 30K into. Well, no, listen. I put 30K into fucking Pulsechain, but I put 700K into Celsius, and I put 300K into Voyager, and oh my god, I'm $1 million down. I just want my $30,000. Now, this isn't FUD. This is, hey, these are
if you're talking
people
about
hurting. This is your shit that you're talking about, right? Why won't Pulsechain do these numbers? Well, they will, but not until these retards get out.
Yeah, but I don't think that these retards that you so call will be there within the first couple of days.
100% they are waiting on this. They are drooling over it. They are the same as the Mount Gox fucking
so
coin hole.
okay, so in this case, if we go after your logic, everything will be dumping really hard. Or what do you say?
Maybe not. I'm only saying that the retards
So
that
what's the
have
point
been
then that you're trying to make?
my point is I don't have a crystal ball, and that anything you say can be countered or can be agreed with.
Dude,
The
it's
truth
right
of the
now,
matter
anything
is,
that we anything that we do right now is anyways just like mental masturbation about prices and dynamics and
yeah,
stuff.
100%.
Of course we don't have a
100%.
crystal. Of course we don't have a
Dude,
crystal
you can
ball.
go back. You can go back and you can examine. You can do all the chain analysis on all of the addresses that got super fucking wrecked. And then you know I'll encourage you to do this because I don't have the time. I work 12 hours a day. You go back and you examine all of the addresses that got super wrecked by Celsius and by Voyager and by Three Arrows Capital and by BlockFi and all these fucking retarded CFI companies, and then trace them back to Ethereum addresses that also sacrificed for Pulsechain, and then you tell me what addresses are going to dump, because as of now, I'm happy with saying my crystal ball says I don't fucking know, and you laugh at me for it when it's all right in front of you, man. Go look. The difference between you and me is I work half my life, bro. I don't have the time. I dump all of my money into Hex, and when Pulse launches, I'll dump all my money into Pulse and then PulseX, because I see the opportunity that I missed, and I see the opportunity that's still in front of me. Now, when I say see the opportunity that I missed,
So let me ask you a different question. What would you have done with your 80 million? What would you have bought?
Say it again.
Given, let's say, in a parallel universe where you dumped your entire paycheck into Hex with 80 million, what would you have done?
I would have taken 3 million out. Right?
Put it into
Say I have
Celsius for
80.
some stable yield or what?
No, say I had 80 million in Hex, like 80 million USD in Hex.
I mean,
I would have
according to
no, like, so I told you that if I dumped a paycheck in, it would be worth 80 million. So 80 million USD is what it would have been worth. So say I had that liquid at the top, I would have taken out 3 million USD and I would have staked the rest for 3, 5, 10, and 15 years. I would have taken the 3 million USD to get me out of the rat race. It would have paid for a small home, would have paid all of my bills for the next few years. It would have bought me into my Pulse and PulseX Sacrifice, because I am a firm believer in buying an asset and holding an asset. When an asset enters your asset column, you do not let it leave, period.
So you would only do that at 80 million, right at the top? You wouldn't do it at 10 or 20 or 30 million?
Well, no, that's not necessarily the case. It would have depended, right?
Dude, I'm just fucking with you, man.
No, and I know, and that's a good question. Seriously. So, like, for example, I'm a fair holder in Pulse, right? So when am I going to sell Pulse? Halfway through 2025, roughly, when Bitcoin reaches between $100 and $160 million. Once
So
I see Bitcoin,
on the first bull cycle, you're selling.
well, that's
What you say?
ridiculous. I think that's first
Bitcoin
bull
reached
cycle.
100 million. Bitcoin in the next cycle will
160,000.
All right.
Do you know what I think the next top of the Bitcoin cycle is? I think it's 180,000 US dollars. That's what I think the next top.
Dude, put a tweet out so you have bragging rights in the future.
Hey, dude, I will. Oh, straight up. That's where I think it is right now. And when I actually create a fucking Twitter account that I can attach to my account, I'll do it. But until then,
dude, you're not on Twitter?
I am, but not under a pseudonymous account. So I will not publish it.
So you're one of those
It's under a
troll
Google account.
accounts.
No, it's under a Google account. It's under my actual name.
Got it. Okay.
Because I hate Twitter that much that I will not actually go out and build another account for it. I literally just go on there to like shit. That's literally it. The people I like, I go and I press the like button, and that's it.
Got it.
And it doesn't correlate between my other Telegram accounts or other fucking Google accounts or Microsoft accounts, because I've got probably like 30 of them now. But no, my point of the matter is that I don't see a point in justifying selling an asset when I know it's an asset while it's still low, right? The same concept is you've seen Bitcoin, right? How would you have liked to have sold Bitcoin for $10 or $100 or $1,000? Well, you feel pretty fucking sad right now, right? So the way I look at it is I see the next big thing that actually has product market fit, that will be the next big thing that does have investors hunting for yield. Why would I sell that? That seems silly. Especially in the future when I can loan it out, right? Why would I take fiat dollars, which are dog shit, when I can borrow against my assets to gain the dog shit fiat dollars to buy the things I want, which my investments actually pay themselves for? Isn't that like the whole concept of, I don't know, owning anything?
Hey guys, can I ask a quick question that see if you have an answer to it?
Please.
So my Trezor little device, I guess I don't have the code anymore. Do I have to wait and miss the pin for the next 3 hours before it gets reset on its own?
You don't have the pin anymore to unlock it, right? But you still have your
Oh, I did.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I still have like my 12-word seed phrase and all that, but for whatever reason, whenever I type the pin in, I don't know if it like got too hot or what, and then I was trying different versions of the pin. I mean, I have it written down right in front of me, and it wouldn't work. But I was curious if there was because there's a couple slots on there that maybe I could like slide something in there to reset it faster, or do I just have to wait another 1,348 seconds times 2, and then it'll reset on its own, or will it just die?
I don't have a Trezor device. I use different devices, but anyone here with a Trezor?
Because I hadn't used it in a long time. Maybe that's because I hadn't used it in a while.
It shouldn't usually be the case, but if you still have your 12-word seeds, I would, if it's buggy or so, and you could just like fully reset it.
I think it might have been just big buggy. Yeah, that's what I felt, because I mean, I have 2 Trezor devices, right? One is the older model, this is the newer model, and I used the same passcode for both of them, because there's the passcode and then obviously 2 different 12-word seed phrases, but passcode worked on the other one, but this one, yeah, and like Jesus, I'm literally 1,200, and I mean, it's been like 3 hours, so I was just curious if there was like a little kill switch on it, but I guess that would kind of defeat the purpose. If someone found it, they could kill it. But all right, thanks, man. I appreciate your time. I'll see if I can hunt down maybe Papa Boner or someone that might be awake.
Yeah, Papa Boner is. He has a couple of those.
If he pops on, if one of y'all can shoot me a DM rig service, that'd be amazing. If y'all see him pop on.
Hey man,
thanks,
you
guys.
really
Y'all have a good
want
night.
attention? Dude, if you really want his attention, at him. I got him in the chat earlier because a lady came in.
Oh yeah,
and
he is an elite. Yeah.
At Papa Boner, and worst comes to worst, he doesn't get back to you, and then tomorrow you come in and add him the same shit, and then ask him for a DM or ask him to come into the voice chat, right? Like,
Yeah, I always bother some of the OGs. I'll see if I can get a hold of him though, because he's the one that knows most about it. So thanks, guys. I appreciate y'all's time. It's getting late here anyway. But yep,
no
I'll
problem,
figure it
man. Have
out,
a good
and
one.
I'm gonna.
Awesome. Have a good one.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, when Pulsechain, our lives are gonna change, boys. Patience.
When it's fucking done, that's when.
2024, guys. 2024.
Yeah, fucking A, right. It's gonna be great. We're all gonna be sitting back laughing. Bye, guys.
Bye bye. Have a good one.
Oh, we're not gonna all be sitting back laughing. There's gonna be a bunch of dummies that sell right at the start. They're mad. And then there's gonna be a bunch of dummies that sell right off the hop because they think that's it. And then there's gonna be a bunch of dummies that sell on the first big 100x because that's all it is, right? The big payday. Oh my god, that's all there is. And then the 1000x, and that's it. And then we continue because that's how fucking cryptocurrency works. And turns out there's just dummies everywhere that don't want to delay gratification in every market. It's literally how it works everywhere.
Preach, preach.
Oh, I'm a fucking preach, bud. Well, listen, I'm almost
Yeah,
down to
yeah.
bed.
The
Two six
crypto
down.
preacher.
Dude, you have no idea how much I get told that I am either some kind of a preacher, I am some kind of a fucking quack, or on top of it, I am a fucking paranoid lunatic. So when I say that my name is Crypto Quack, it is 100% deserved because I hear it more than enough.
That's hilarious.
And again, dude, you know, I've been here since Bitcoin was $250. So I think, in all fairness, it's fair to say that I'm a quack. I've been here since the original fucking Silk Road. All right, I was a part of the first one. I've been a part of Tor. I've been a part of all of this. All right, I have been the paranoid lunatic, and I hear it all the time. But let's hear about something better. All right. So I talked to Papa Boner earlier about ZK Snarks technology and how the concept was remedial and unneeded because the best way to hide is within plain sight. And to hide within your own government, within your own tax laws, depending on your jurisdiction. So from you guys, I'd like to hear what your remarks are from that, right? Is there even a point in hiding? Should you hide, yes or no? And where should you hide if yes?
When you say hiding, what are you talking like? Hiding wallets or like
Hiding wallets and particularly hiding from funds from a tyrannical government. And for context, I'm from Canada. So we saw people who donated $50 or more to truckers who wanted to protest, to buy sandwiches. That was literally it. We're going to buy their lunch, and our bank accounts are seized. We don't have money to pay our rent. We don't have money to pay any food. We don't have money to feed our children. We don't have money for fucking anything because the government fucking seized it because we wanted to protest the government. So how do we protect ourselves from tyrannical governments?
I'll speak. I've done a little bit of research in that, and I'll just speak in very like high terms in terms of like very broad. But I think, you know, being loyal to one country and hoping that it fixes itself, and you know, being patriotic and you know, protesting and all of that, I think that's maybe something, you know, in the past one thing that I see a lot of people are doing, and you could essentially follow some of the YouTubers around where they essentially talk about a thing called flag theory, which is kind of like the idea around a global lifestyle where you might have a residency of one country that is pro-freedom and to a degree very open to tech when it comes, well, has very low taxations. You might run your business in another country that has pro business laws, and you might spend your time either in one of the same countries or in a different country, and you also have your bank accounts there, so that in general terms you are protected regardless, or your assets and yourself are protected regardless what happens. So for instance, if you're in Canada or in the US or in the EU and you only have one passport and shit goes down and they close down on you and you only have all of your banking there, you're pretty much fucked. But if you have multiple passports and multiple entities around the world, you could essentially, or you have more freedom in that regard, and also multiple bank accounts around the world. So yeah, there's just like a very broad description on that. And then also on the wallet side of things, well, depending where you are, your ass is getting KYC'd, So you could use Tornado Cash and all of that, but I think if you live in a jurisdiction that then starts to go after Tornado Cash transactions, and if you plan to withdraw whatever, and they say, hey, it came from a Tornado Cash transaction, they might lock your account,
So your reaction is based on current jurisdiction and whether or not certain aspects happen in the future.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could look at the map and look at the countries that have better tax laws, better crypto laws, and that essentially that have a positive trajectory when it comes to growth and freedom, right? And unfortunately, there are not many countries out there that have that. You know what I mean?
List one of them.
So for most people, here's the list of countries that they consider, right? And not all of them are perfect, right? They all have pros and cons, right? So a lot of people from Canada and the US, what they usually do, they get a second Caribbean passport, either from St. Kitts or St. Kitts, Bermuda, St. Lucia, which ultimately allows them to freely travel. And then also what some people then do, they get rid of their original passport in the US mainly. A lot of US folks are doing that.
Do you want to know the best place in the world to get rid of taxes?
There's no such best. Well, there might be best there. Yeah, well, Dubai has 0% on everything, so you're good there.
0% capital gains. That's it.
No, there's 0% income and capital gains and gift tax.
It's not
is
income.
0%.
It's not income, but it's
No, it is,
capital
dude. Why is everyone moving to? A lot of freelancers moving to Dubai and also allocating their businesses. Income tax is zero, and if you start a business there, you can also get away with 0% or 4%.
So can you get 0% in the United States?
There are some ways that
there are ways.
various. Well, there are some ways where you play, in this case, lawyer jiu-jitsu, and you have some weird structures where you have, or if you depends on your business. I mean, like if you're into real estate, yes, there's some way, but if you're like, hey, I'm getting most of my money from business or crypto, it can be very difficult to get to zero.
Right, but if you can allocate certain amounts into crypto, you can divest your assets into crypto, and then you can use them in, say, a CRT or through real estate, then there are ways to get 0% in the United
No,
States.
when you
And
have money in
I've
crypto
looked
and you
in,
cash, when you have money and you cash it out for real estate, that's already, you're paying capital gains on that.
not if you're buying up.
If you're buying what up?
If you're going from one real estate to the next, you are not paying
Yeah, but
capital gains. That's
yeah,
what it
yeah,
was.
but here,
Was that
yeah, but
C1559?
yeah, I know about that structure, but we talked about one caveat here, that you have crypto, and you're talking about how to essentially go from crypto in various structures. If you go from real estate to real estate,
Well,
yes,
no, and you're right. But if you own, and listen, I'm not fully I'm not fully educated in this, but I've been looking into it, and I've been talking to a fair amount of people about this. If you can deal with the right tax advisors and everything else, they can move your money around in such a degree where you go from either an LLC or a corporation, and you can divest your assets from one corporation to the next. And if you go in from one asset to another, you can move up in those assets while creating a passive income that do not generate any tax whatsoever. And if you create yourself like a CRT, right, you actually create yourself a tax deductible earning based on the amount of money that you earn or invest. So in all reality,
yeah.
I literally had an hour-long conversation about Pop Boner about this. And
Yeah,
I'm
it's
telling you,
yeah,
no,
dude.
go
I
ahead.
have several corporate structures and LLCs, and I have two individuals that help me with the taxes and the setup and so on. What I'm trying to say is like there are ways, and depending also what you do, if you run businesses, if you do real estate deals, or if you live only off of crypto, it all depends. But net, other than real estate, you will not be able to pay zero tax. You pay less for sure, but you will not pay zero tax.
But there is a
And
way to
if you're
pay
paying,
zero tax. Whether
then please
if you
show.
own CRTs, whether you take one fucking dollar from another corporation or from an LLC and you donate it to, say, a CRT, and you move that money around, and you
So
then
what's a
gain a
what's a
tax
CR? So
deductible
what's a
credit,
CRT? So what's a
a
CRT?
charitable reimbursement trust.
Oh, got it. You're going that route. Okay. Got it. Okay. Yeah, good luck with that.
Okay.
So the question is, what are you gonna do?
Well, my plan is to talk to a CPA within my country to then figure out how I can divest my currency into an international currency because I'm not within the United States, to then move my corporation after transferring my assets to a corporation within my country to give me the best tax deductible credit, and then move it to an international company, which will then hopefully be able to spend the money in a way that I can diverse it to a charity in some degree that I own, which will give me a deduction, and then continue to move it around within myself, right? Whether it's one corporation I own or multiple.
Yeah, so I mean, like one option that I would, obviously you can do all of that jujitsu and essentially create all that setup. One thing as a Canadian, Canada does not have a citizen-based taxation system, one option is you can do whatever you want and visit Canada for 3 to 6 months and be a resident somewhere else and essentially pay zero tax.
That's
Without any
interesting. I
setup.
didn't know that. My main proponent has so far as to become an expat because my country is run by basically
Well,
communistic.
that's what I'm saying. Is it's like if you're in Canada, they don't tax you based on your citizenship, only by your residence. So if you're a resident in a tax-friendly country that has low or no income and capital gains tax, you can do whatever you want without any setup, without any limitations on timing and what you can withdraw, and have an accountant that essentially does your books and all of that. So that's another option to look into.
That's essentially my plan, right? And then if the state somehow decide to change laws to fuck me over, then I hire new people in new countries and I just continue moving my corporation onward. That's literally, oh, for fuck's sakes. One second. Give me a minute, I gotta leave and fucking rejoin because my headphone died. One sec.
Cool.
But essentially, yeah, when one country fails me, I will move on to the next. Because as I've already seen in my current standing, my country has failed me. And they will continue to fail me, judging by the course that they have taken. So therefore, I have to move on. They have shown me the way of truth.
So when
So
are
when
you
I
going
go
to
to the,
bounce?
if they decide to take legislation to fail me, then I will move on from there. And it will turn out that the most capitalist country will prevail. Because I would imagine that people much smarter than me and with much more money than I do will continue to do the same thing.
Well, I think it really depends. It depends on your net worth, and there are different leagues in that, and where your money is coming from. So, I mean, like, I don't want to get too personal or anything, but it really depends on your finances, where your majority on net worth is coming from, and the fact of, like, how much structure do you want, how much freedom do you want, and when is the right time for you to pull the trigger to do all of that. Because what happens if Canada locks down their borders?
I'm
Your
sorry, my
plan falls
phone is
through.
acting up. For some reason, I cannot hear you. But it is very late in my country, and I must go. I must sleep. So if
All
you would
right.
like to continue this conversation,
Yeah,
DM
I'll
me.
stop by.
You're back.
Yeah,
We will go from there. But I gotta get up for work in the morning. Have a good night, guys.
yeah, you too. Have a good one. Anyone else down to talk, or just listening and going about your day?
Always up for a talk.
What's new?
Not much, mate. Just working hard in the background, both work personally, coding, practice, project work. Just trying to get everything going, and keen for news on Pulsechain and everything like that.
Oh man, I have to disappoint you. Not many news, especially when you're thinking about the launch or testnet or anything. But what are you working on?
Just a personal project. I won't discuss it in here, but yeah, just something that has our interest. We feel like there's a need for it in the market, so just trying to build something we think could be worthwhile for everyone out there, and a greater onboarding to Pulsechain as a whole.
Got it. So is it a Web 2 or Web 3 project? And obviously, as you mentioned, related to Pulsechain.
Yeah, it'll be a Web3 project on Pulsechain, and basically, utilizing both Pulse and other assets that are going to be on there to try and bring greater adoption and provide sort of niche things that we think people want. And so just trying to expand the chain and provide things people want.
Man, now I'm curious. What is it though? You're like talking and talking around it.
I won't mention it here, but it's in my description. So if you want to look at that, you can. But we're not meant to be discussing those things in this chat.
Oh, okay. I get it. Got it. Okay. So,
What's up for you, capitalists? You been doing much, or what's happening for you?
Yeah, I'm considering. I think similar to you guys. I think we need to build a lot of stuff, and I think we have the first wave of like forks that people have, not forks. Well, actually, kind of like forks that people built off of successful products or projects on from Ethereum. Like we have people copying Aave, we have people copying Dexes, and then also some stable coins and all of that. And I think this is all very important. And then also expanding and seeing like what other products that are on Ethereum have product market fit that could be very good for the Pulsechain ecosystem. So I've built several Web2 products in the past, and considering entering the Web3 arena.
Yeah, awesome. Is that a skill set of yours to actually utilize Web3?
Web3 overall is, especially the Solidity side, is new to me, but I understand the architecture and so on. And we have developers that are essentially have multiple years of experience to take care of that. My expertise is more into like the product side of things.
Yeah, sweet. That's cool. Well, hopefully you find what you're going after, and that all plays off perfectly.
Well, thank you. Same to you. I mean, it's like, I think Pulsechain is an open ocean, and I think we need to fill it up with additional use cases to bring more adoption into it. Yeah, so net a positive.
Yeah, well, if Pulsechain's the ocean, you don't want to go snorkeling and see nothing. You need to see all the beautiful fish and all the colors, everything going on. So we need the whole ecosystem, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, there's also like two sides of it, right? You essentially have the product that have tokens and tokenomics, and I think a lot of people gravitate towards that. But then you kind of like have the bridge between Web 2 and Web 3 that have product market fit, that are being used, but not necessarily don't have tokens, right? That actually have true usability.
Yeah, that the functionability, that's something we're trying to. Usability is something we're working on, trying to find some actual things that aren't just necessary. Obviously, they involve the utilization of tokens through the process, but trying to actually create function to the chain rather than just a particular, like a tokenomic to a singular token.
Yeah. It's interesting, right? So it's like in crypto, you have so many products and projects, and only I'd say a handful have actual product market fit that are working and that are being used on a regular basis, right? Like if you think about Uniswap, Tornado Cash, the Aave protocols, and that's pretty much it. Maybe a couple smaller ones that I forgot, that consistently actually produce revenue for themselves to sustain growth.
Yeah.
1 inch and Matcha. I think 1 inch order routing and so on. I think these have like a perfect use case, have a lot of value to the end user. So great products overall.
I think you'd be surprised at how many of those things are going to be there, though, and how many people are looking into. I know you are as well, but I think we're going to be pleasantly surprised by the amount of market fit products that are going to be on Pulsechain fairly early, or hopefully within, say, like the first 6-12 months.
Well, yeah, I think these are like the lower hanging fruits, right? Why reinvent the wheel? You know? Yeah, I just wonder if like matcha or like 1inch, I mean, like those progs might be relevant a year or 2 years from now. Since there's only one exchange, I know there's a couple of individuals building additional exchanges, but I think you know, PulseX has a big advantage with liquidity and being the first one and being heavily branded and marketed.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm signing off. Have a great one to everyone. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are, and have a good one.
See you, mate. Have a good one. Anyone in here got any other topics or random things they want to talk about? I see Kinetics in there. Hi, mate. But yeah, chat away. Anyone who's got any questions or any thoughts. Gets awfully quiet in here.